Hello, everyone. Wah. Hi, hi. Boo. Oh, wait. Hello? What? Ah, there I am. Hello. Good morning, everybody. And Lobo! Congrats on first. That's an achievement. Poor Himi started her streak yesterday. And it wasn't even streaming. By the way, yes, I was not streaming yesterday. What? Hiccup. Because Twitch decided to tell me no. Twitch looked at me and said, no. I know a lot of people were dealing with that yesterday, too. They couldn't go live between 10 to about 12:30. At least I couldn't, and it seemed like a lot of other people couldn't. So, instead of doing that, I see Blippi wanted a Jenga. I'm going through chat real quick. Let's grab a Blippi. Wah! Okay, we're good. There they are. Let's, here, Blippi is now in charge of world building. Worldbuilding Thursdays. They can control me with my ahoge. There we go. Bzz, 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 bzz. And hello, Gil. Welcome in. I saw you at a Smelly stream. I'm still lurking, but shh, don't tell anyone that. You missed the con peak so much. Oh, I'm sorry. Thought building Thursdays? Is that what we're calling this now? Well, we're out here building thoughts, I guess. But welcome in, everybody. And hello, Sarax. And I see Himi. I got all the Kyotes. And Fangy, of course. And hello, Chibi Unicorn. Welcome in. Won't do a pop-out player unless I go to the home screen. Tapping it. Whoa! That was so many cons! Rose! Hello, Rose. Have a echolocation. No, Fangy, I'm not here to take you for granted. You're okay, buddy. I'm just a little salty at Twitch at the moment. Oh, let me see. I want to see where the salt is. I am here to serve tea. Why did the new Twitch update make the pop-out player not work properly on mobile? I have no idea, by the way. Twitch is digging itself a deeper and deeper grave. You're right. Twitch has been slowly falling harder and harder as the days go by, sadly. Do people even use Opera that much? I do! I use Opera. I use Opera GX. I actually got, I couldn't raid. I haven't been able to raid, and I haven't been able to collect my points. And I don't know if it was Twitch's update that did it, but I do know Twitch did update. They now let me highlight certain things. There's something called Twitch Highlights, or Chat Highlights, that's out now. And it highlights when people talk for the first time, which we're all used to, but it also lets you highlight people who are suspicious, apparently. You can also highlight mentions, moderator comments, VIP comments, and subscriber comments. That's really weird. My shit would just be completely highlighted, like... All of you are either subbed, VIP, or mods. Basically everyone uses Opera now. Yeah, I know Opera's really popular nowadays. So a lot of people are upset. So Twitch better fix its shit, because it's bonuses. I can't even follow people. I tried to follow someone the other day because they're cool, and I wanted to see if they're ever live for me to raid. and it didn't let me. I had to log in through another browser. Microsoft Edge. Yes, I'm using Microsoft Edge. Because I refuse to download Chrome because Chrome fucks me up. Chrome completely shoots my computer out of the water. Twitch caught on that it is a built-in ad blocker and removed support for it. The thing is, I have my ad blocker turned on Opera. It doesn't stop ads from Twitch. So, it can't. So, yeah. Oh, wait. Okay, it doesn't stop the ads, but it does let you pop out the video. It lets you pop out the actual stream video and turn the audio back on. So you don't have to look at the ads. You can just keep looking at your streamer. Which I think is great. Opera said, fuck you. Here's a pop-out for every single video. It's great. I have my ad blocker off, but for some reason I don't see ads. Huh, that's interesting. Yeah, I do see ads, and my ad blocker's on. But I just pop the video out whenever ads start. So I can still talk with the streamer. Because, honestly, Twitch should do that to begin with. They should make it to where you can keep watching your shit anyway, and just have ads play, like, as bars. I mean, I get that it's how they make money, but it's so fucking annoying to miss, like, a minute, or even up to 2 minutes of content, just because Twitch wants to get their bucks. Like, they're already making so much money off that 50-50 split. It's insulting. It's insulting. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't think it'd be as bad of an issue if they didn't require you to do so many a minute or an hour. And I think it needs to have 3 minutes of an hour, or they're just gonna do pre-rolls. And pre-rolls are annoying, which is why mine is set up the way it is, so it doesn't have pre-rolls. Whoa! Kaden! Do 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 do. Welcome back, Kaden! Thank you for the raid, homie. He-Man, let's give Kaden a nice little shout out. We're talking about Twitch. Kitsu Nation invasion, yeah! Yes, we are, we're discussing Twitch. Look at him! Look at that!
OT self-promo.
New child buff. He now shoots arrows out of his forehead.
Nice.
Because he's so massively big-brained.
Oh my god! That's amazing!
That's adorable.
That is amazing.
Man, I'm
oh,
actually
wow,
like my
Parent company makes so much money that it could pay out of YouTube viewers as well as the content creators. Exactly! It's so dumb. Honestly, okay, hear me out. If I were to ever have a little migration to another place, starting with a Y and ending with a tube. I'm trying to be vague here, but if I were to ever switch at some point, hopefully you guys will follow, or at least watch from wherever it is. But the thing is, it's not hurting me yet. So I guess I'm complacent, I suppose, but I am going to continue to complain because they do need to fix their stuff. They really do. Would go with you, but I wouldn't be able to raid you. That's, you know what, that's one of the reasons why I'm tentative about it. I've met so many cool people here who are still here and still streaming. Too many cool people to raid here. Same, not broken yet, but I can still complain. Exactly. Also, hi Ladyface, welcome in. Scuffed my alerts, people couldn't follow or sub, and raiders had trouble. I've been having trouble all week raiding, because they broke Opera. So I figured out a way around it. I'm using Streamlabs, and Streamlabs has chat pulled up, and I can raid in the Streamlabs chat. I don't have to keep going to Microsoft Edge. Although I do if I want to gather points and follow people. Just don't see Google as the lesser of two evils. Yeah. It sucks. You know what would be awesome? You're a cutie tube. You know what would be really cool? I've been begging and crying and screaming for this for a bit now, but it would be so nice if content creators... Oh, nice, Sarax. Oh, you're using Firefox, right. Yeah, I'm using Microsoft Edge, don't tell anyone. But, I would love if a few content creators, you know, like either Mark, Jack, someone out there who's big, even, you know, Shenpai, someone who is making, big content, some of the bigger streamers on either Twitch or YouTube, or both. Either they came together and started their own... Wow, I blanked and forgot who I was grabbing. But it would be nice if they made their own streaming / content creating platform. I would join immediately. Usagi, hello! Didn't ever think about it, but how has nobody made a streaming service geared specifically towards VTubers? I don't know. Maybe give it a few years, maybe. But yes, that would be awesome, a VTube streaming platform. Fangy, you are not new. Oh, I know what you're doing. I think everyone would move over at this point. Yeah, dude, I would love it if a handful of content creators who know what they're doing, like I said, I'm only suggesting Markiplier because he's like one of the oldest in the game. I would suggest PewDiePie, but he's kind of he's got a tumultuous relationship with the internet. That, and I don't think I could trust him with the company as far as I can throw him, and my arms are very weak. But I think Mark could do it, which is why I'm suggesting him as a primary, like, face. Also, he's got a lot of pull. He could easily start up his own streaming / tubing. Yeah, and Jacksepticeye as well. I would love if they made their own thing. I would join it in a heartbeat. I just want to pap a newy head. I will do this, though. For those of you who are new, welcome in. Aw.
What we're gonna do
There he is.
you're all gonna line up in a row. I'm going to grab you by the nipples, twist until they turn into springs. Each and every one of you. I'm gonna get a power drill, grab onto your nipple, just blast that boy. It's gonna be a string. You're gonna have to bounce on your nipples all the way to school. NFC!
I rescind my, my statement. Fucking hell. But, yeah, that guy. I want that guy to be the face of the new company. Whatever. I want him to. I need him. I need someone to do something. I don't have the pull to be able to do it. If I did, I would. But I don't. Maybe one day. Maybe one day if I have enough resources, I'll make my own damn channel. I'll make my own YouTube. I'll make my own Twanch. I don't know what I'd call it, but I'd make it. No! Oh no, Fangy. Fangy, we've lost him. We've lost him to the apocalypse. He's gonna be in there for 10 minutes. He'll get clapped by 10 ads, help him. Also, I don't know the context, but I'm terrified. Anyway, yes, today we're doing Worldbuilding Thursdays because it is not Wednesday, my dude. Good luck, Mixer failed, Trovo, I don't know. Yeah, Desmond, can you do a dance while I'm gone? Sure. Wait, hold on. I have an idea. Okay. Dance time. Welcome back. You asked for a dance, so I gave you a little dance. Anyway, let's scoot back over and get in my chair. Welcome back, Fangy. Full body dance, hell yeah. Wasn't Mixer bought by YouTube? Oh god, maybe. I don't know though. Bought by Facebook? Ugh. Or Meta, or whatever the fuck it's called now. Ugh. Ugh. You know what? I could see it getting souped up by a bigger conglomerate. It's just because these guys have throw-around money, so they're like, we're gonna buy all our competitors. It's like, please don't, first of all. Desmond, my dancing friend, how are you? Hello, Penguina. Yes, Fangy asked me to do a little dance while he was in ad hell, so I did a little dance. What if Oculus made a VTuber streaming platform? I don't know if I'd join. Well, if it's Oculus, maybe. With Twitch going down the drain. Yeah, it's slowly going down the drain. I take my place on the boat. Of course, Usagi. I'll plop you right in the middle, like the gem to my ensemble. Boop, there you are, little one. Mwah. And your head is reachable for a smooch. Only money I'm giving Meta is for the Oculus Quest, because they make damn good VR headsets. That is true. That's true. Oh, hello, Wee One. Wee One is still home. He's not feeling good. He took the week off because he's sick, but there he is, hanging out. What if Valve made a streaming platform? But you have to figure out how to use Source for your avatar. Oh no! Yes, we won! Aw, Fangy says hello. He wave. Him waving. Yes, everyone pat the Benui. Benui cute. Oh, Himiko petted the bear dad. Oh, he's happy. To be fair, okay, Leon loves pets. He absolutely loves pets. You pet that man's hat. Look at him. Look at that hot man. I like how I'm peeking. Like, hi. We won. We won. Forced ads, Twitch taking more of the ad revenue, split of warnings from streamers. Yeah, kind of regretting signing the affiliate. Yeah, I'm not necessarily regretting it, but I'm certain, because the reason I signed the affiliate was because I wanted emotes. I was like, yes, emotes, I'm ready. And I wanted redeems. Pat him. Oh, yes. Oh, I see. You want me to pet Wee One. Okay, I'll pet him. He leaned right in. Hi, baby. That's from Fangy. He's happy. I love you, baby. There you go, Fangy. The pet has been passed. A little pocket change, yeah. With how honey hungry with how money hungry Valve is, I'm surprised they haven't yet. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But that's why I'm suggesting actual content creators do it. Because if other content creators do it, they know what content creators and streamers need on a platform. I mean, yes, it's probably not something anyone would be interested in if they are a content creator, because they want to make content, not a streaming service, but someone has to do it one day. Oh, kind of like, you know how, for those of you who don't know, there's a guy on YouTube called Video Game Donkey, and he's actually making his own game publishing, company, because he said, I'm sick of playing garbage games. I'm sick of all these little indie games, or not the indie games, but all these big AAA games and these indie games that are really trashy being given the spotlight by big publishing companies when they're just really shit. So I'm making my own, and I'm going to be using resources to have indie games that come out that are actually good. And that's really nice. He wants more Hades in the world. He wants more Celeste. He wants better games.
Hello there.
Hello there. Welcome in. Shade the Hellhound. I have a second Hellhound in here. Hell yeah. Actually, I think that's the third Hellhound. Welcome in, all the Hellhounds. Yay. Hellhound. I know. I'm gathering up all the wolf tubers and all the Hellhounds. Give them to me in a pile. I hope I pet all of them. I have only 2 hands. The Hellhound army continues to grow. Yes, good. Aw, hi, Bingy. Yeah, I continue to grow my army. Who's the second? Hemi is the first, and then there's just straight up someone called Hellhound. I think it's like a number. Hellhound like 926 or something like that. Or it's like, I think it's 387 something. But yeah, welcome in. Hellhound are somehow more common than penguins. That's because penguins are all in the Antarctic. They can't survive the area I'm in. I only have one penguin here. And Benini, I know like 5 bunnies. Well, okay, 4 now, because Tarochi is now FrogTuber. I miss him. I miss Tarochi. I don't know where he went, and I have messaged him a few times on different platforms, like, hey buddy, how you doing? He's not around anymore. I miss my frog. And hello, hi Shade. I am good. We were Hellhound 3.14159. But no, we were discussing Twitch's current situation, I suppose is the best way to say it. But today we're doing world building. Although this turned into a just chatting drama hour, I guess. Whoops. But we will be world building soon. What if I am just a human? Are you a demon, Serax? I knew it. Hello, Star! How you doing? Starrod61. Yes. Penguins are made up of violence and sheer fucking degeneracy. Bruh, don't talk to me about Adelie penguins. I've done my rants on Adelie penguins on the... That was a bear roar. Hello, bear. That was Wee One. He roared. I have no tags! Fuck! Why does it always delete my tags? Why does it hate me? I can't even add tags on Opera because it doesn't work! I have to go to Microsoft Edge anyway! This is dumb. Dude, music starts up a demon, you say? Uh-oh. Serax, run! Doing well, just relaxing, and I plan on transferring more save data to your PlayStation. Ooh, nice. Yesterday my tags got deleted as well. Yeah, my tags got removed. They're not consistent. So I'm going to log into Twitch on on Microsoft Edge again because I sure do love myself, and I'm going to fix this. Hey, I can see you guys twice now. Alright, let's add my stupid tags. Angry. Okay, let me know if you guys see them. There we go. LGBTQIA+. We are also 18+. Minors do not come here. Alright, I think I did it. Desmond do be seeing double. I do be seeing double. I'm seeing myself twice. Wow! But that's okay. But, I can't tell if my tags are there. Let me reset my thing. Yes, they are! Okay, cool! Tags are there! Adelie penguins, see, when we do have a respectable job, don't know why you hate us! No, Adelie penguins are vicious little creatures. Adelie penguins are, I don't know how to explain them without sounding gross. They are sexual menaces. They will go after anything, no matter what it looks like, no matter if it's animate, and no matter what its age is. They are gross. Lewd. No, I'm not being lewd. The penguins are lewd. Wah. Sorry if I'm in and out. I'm currently doing it. No, you're okay, Shade. You're allowed to pop in and out at your leisure. So what is happening with Sony? You did mention Sony. Hello, Period. We're supposed to be doing world building, but we've turned it into just chatting for a while. Whoops. Because Twitch be being stupid. I could be... Actually, I could be drawing while we're talking. Let me hop over there. Let me grab my tablet. Oh, this thing is heavy. Con! Hello, Con. How you doing? Weh, a deli penguin sound yummy. No, do not eat deli penguins. Yes, it's Con, the boy. No worries, this man right here slips so damn much. Oh. Pet the Pyrian. Oh, and Con also sleebied. What? Everyone's so shweeby. What's up with all the shweebies? Whoa, hiccup. Help. Is it people looking too deep into a Spider-Man post thinking it's an announcement for The Amazing Spider-Man 3? Possibly, but I have no idea. Whoa! Smelly man! Smelly man! Do 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 boo doo. Smelly man, what are they feeding you? Smelly man. Welcome in, Smelly! How you doing, buddy? Himi, let's get a little shout out. Yeah. He was playing Breath of the Wild. I can now close out his tab. Let me go do that. Excuse me.
I'm dead. I'm actually dead.
Oh, no. Run! Run, Smelly! Oh my god, don't tell me he actually gets out. Scared the shit out of me. Welcome in, everybody. For those of you who do not know me, hello. I am Desmond Dracula. I'm a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as world build on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes. And, yesterday I didn't get to stream. I didn't get to world build on Wednesdays, so today is World Building Thursdays. Have a good dreamy stinker. Wah! Gonna cook food and lurk? Of course, have good food. And make sure you get some drink, rest your brain. I understand what it's like after stream. You're just like, ugh. I haven't seen too many smelly clips. Oh, sippy! Thank you for the sippy. Let's grab a sippy. How? Oh, I see. Lobo has chosen violence. There you go. What? Leave for maybe 20 minutes. Okay, Serex. But yeah, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop pouring the scalding hot tea and pour something a lot more gentle. Oh, and I killed Fangy. I am so sorry. And Lobo. I am so sorry. Murder. Oops. Anyway, we're gonna hop on over to my art, and I'm going to be reading over the book again, because remember, we started looking over a book, not last week. Actually, no, I think it was last week. We were looking over a book. It's called, like, The Essential World Building, and I wanted to see, also, Desmond, did you see the clip I made of you? Oh, I will later. I usually look at my clips after stream. I don't want to play them in my headset, because you'll just hear me twice. There we go. Most people, relax after stream. Me, Darkest Dungeon. Yeah, I usually relax by, like, I go watch stuff, I zone out and watch a bunch of... watch a bunch of shows with Weewon, and then I start drawing. I also like to work on world building when I'm not working on world building. But let me pull up my my documentation. And by documentation, I guess I could mean my what is it? My note-taking thingy. My notes. Notepad. There it is. Alright, so we're gonna... Don't make a cursed Wiglet. Alright, we're hopping over here. Alright, my arm works. And this has all of my notes that I've ever made for world building when I was showing you guys the process. I just need to find... where is it? I'm gonna get rid of this because I don't need it. I need to find how I do world building. Ah, here it is. Okay. Blorp. Blorp. Why does my cough go away the moment I am not alive? I'm like that too. I'm like, oh man. I've been up. I've been up for a couple hours. I haven't yawned once. Start stream. I've yawned 3 times in a row. Help me. And then stream ends. Wow, I'm not yawning anymore. Oh look, I'm not hiccuping anymore. Help. Is there anybody in queue for guest starring on Worldbuilding Wednesdays? There is! I have someone ready for next week. They weren't able to come on today, but that is okay. I am going through my list, slowly but surely. If Twitch would stop fucking with me. Also, I have almond juice. And thank you for the sippy, by the way. But I have orange juice, and that's me time. That's not for sippy redeems, that's just when I feel like it. But we're going to be going over how I do world building, and we're going to see if it measures up to this book that I want to read. So let's do that. I'm going to scroll in here, and I will be reading it to you as I write. Let's see. That's a pretty good pen, I guess. Let's find a better one. That's better. Okay. Mistakenly noms on panini instead of pancakes. Oh no! Almond juice. No. I said orange juice. I just said it stupid. Almond goose. It's almond goose. That is fluffy, but Banui is not snacky treat. I think Banui is snacky treat. Starting to think Banui is snacky treat for breakfast. We won. 1 out of 10. How fluffy is Banui for snack? I said 1 out of 10. How fluffy is Banui for snack? How fluffy is Banui for a snack? Yeah, would you rather have fluffy pancakes or fluffy Banui? I did hear orange juice too. I'm going insane. I'm glad you at least heard what I was trying to say. I just said it's stupid. Alright, so we're gonna boot up my book here. Let me go find it. Not that. That's not a book. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Okay. So I have my world building essential book pulled up and we're gonna go over it. So I did already read from it a bit, but we can reread from it before we start. And it's basically explaining how to use the guide and tips to get started. Now I've already gone over these and I've given my points, but we'll do that again real quick. Where is Cecil? Cecil deserves snacky treat. Cecil is not in here, so he's probably out and about, running around, being a kitty. Usagi will swallow the world and Banuni floof. True! Usagi will indeed Banuni floof. Alrighty, so, this book, it's called Essential World Building. It gives you tips to get started on your world, and we will go over these tips and I'll explain if they're good or bad, at least in my opinion, because remember that I am not the final authority on world building. I'm just a dork who does it a lot. And this is, if these tips help you, cool. If they don't help you, just as cool. I'm going to go over them and see if they help me, personally, and what I personally think about them. This makeup is vegan friendly, humanitarian now. Dude, okay so is like my catchphrase nowadays. I keep saying it, help. Anyway, tips. The first tip they give is set limitations. It says, to make your world believable, set limitations on it. Rules and limits create problems, and facing problems is what stories are about, and I agree with this. Papa John's. Who's the authority on world building? I don't know. I would consider Tolkien, but he's dead. I can't make him president. I can't even join the army. I'm colorblind and reliant on medication. Ah, I'm so sorry. Help, I'm hiccuping. I'm dying. Alright. But yes, set limitations is the first rule. Tolkien's dead. Oh, you were in the ad. That's what's happening. You were in the adpocalypse. I'm so sorry. That's why you were screaming you don't want Papa John's. You want Papa Battler. Garfield's dead. No, Tolkien. But yes, tips to get started. The first rule is set limitations, and I agree with this. If you have too many, if you have inflated your world with too many situations where someone or a character or, you know, a group could get out of something, it's gonna be awkward. Oh, Usagi, mwah. Banana kisses. Cute. Alright, so second, here, I'll write the tips down. Tips to get started. Tips to get started. As a song is on our skin. This song is fucking loud. Let me turn it down. There we go. Music is a little down now. Actually, I might go look for some more appropriate music. Let's go listen to Hollow Knight music. Hollow Knight's always got good music. There we go. Nice music. Alright, so let me pull up my book again. Where is it? Here it is. Book! Alright, tips to get started, set limits. And I agree with this. You do want to have limits on your world. Otherwise, shit will get cluttered. Fast. The second tip is anchor your world in something familiar. So anchor world in familiarity. And this is where I kind of am a little about it, because it says here, it makes your world more believable and accessible for your readers. This is going if you're, like, writing a book, but I'm going at it more like D&D, applies some limitations, and basic physics, you right. But it says, one way to do this is to use something from Earth as a basis that you change and build up to create something new. Which, like I said, yes, I agree with this, but there- whoa! Oh, hi, Blibby. You're handsome. You're a handsome piece of hardware. And yeah, while I agree with it, I personally like looking at stuff, in a more, I guess, separate instance from Earth. Now, I will take things, like I said, I've looked at, animals from Earth, and I've messed with them a little bit, and I've evolved my races from Earth-like creatures. So, in that sense, yeah. But don't rely too heavily on the Earth. Like, if you, let's say you want to make a desert culture, and you just go, I'll make Arabians. There we go, did it. I'm gonna have them all wear hijabs, and we're just gonna, you know, you're copying it a bit too much from the real world to where you start leaning into, coding. I believe the term is coding. Your shorthand coding, these guys are from the desert because they're wearing head wraps, and they're dark-skinned, and they look Arabic. That's not necessarily something you want to do. You don't want to take too much from one thing, or it's gonna come off as appropriation and coding, more than creating your actual culture. So, you can anchor something in familiarity, but don't keep it too familiar, because you will run into problems with stereotyping later. Also, hi Dan, how you doing? You smell like a baka. Also, I smell great. I smell like, I think it's plums. Let me smell my hair real quick, hold up. I don't know, I just smell nice. I smell like shampoo. I smell like shampoo. Aw, yes, Ladyface, thank you. I am having a debut come October 14th, for those of you who do not know. I am very excited. I am extremely, extremely excited. I've been working on it for the past 3 weeks, and I'm so excited to show off my new model and my hand. I have a new hand and a new tablet. The whole cafe is being remodeled. Like the backdrop behind me over here, that's just the wallpaper for the old cafe. That shit's getting ripped down, and we're getting a new wallpaper. You're gonna get to see the whole room. It's gonna be great. My desk isn't pushed up against the wall. You guys are gonna get to see the whole cafe behind me. And I did it all myself. I drew it all. I'm so excited. Anyway. Sorry, I got super excited for a minute. Alright. Rule number 2 is anchor, and I've already discussed that. It says, remember, the third one, remember to consider both the good and the bad of your world. And I believe we talked about that as well. So consider good and bad. So the way I like to approach stuff, like, this sounds kind of like history as well as factions, groups. Why are we shouting at Markiplier again? Nar. But what's being pushed up against the wall? My back. See this purple thing behind me? That's the wallpaper to the cafe. I am right up against the wall, but that's okay. You guys will eventually get to see the cafe's full background. Huh. But yes, we discussed this as well, and it does sound like history. You look at like history of 2 or more forces opposing each other on some level, whether that be historically a country, a faction, or one religious group against a secular group, 2 religions batting heads. You have to understand that history is written by the victors. So if you have a history piece about the good clerics vanquishing the evil, demons or whatever, maybe look into that and go, okay, history is written by the victors. Maybe the clerics aren't so good. Maybe the demons aren't so bad. And that's how I take that. Because it says here, nothing is entirely positive or negative. There's always good where you think there is bad. Nothing is ever black and white. So, take care of my son. I cannot control him. He has to take care of himself. He's his own agent. Alrighty, so it says here, the fourth rule, remember that all parts of a world are interconnected. All parts are interconnected. Aesthetically drowns in the sprinklers. Oh, no, aesthetically. Okay. But here it says, for example, the form a civilization takes is related to its natural environment, and the civilization will change the environment around it. If you include magic or advanced technology, consider how it affects society, relationships, and daily life. This is true. If, let's say, you... let's take an example from my shit real quick. I created a species called the Trakovish, or the Underlings, and I looked at why they evolved the way they did, because they are in a no-light to low-light environment, because they're in a huge cave system. This means that biologically, their ears are shaped kind of bat-like, like mine, to be able to pick up sound and echolocation to not get caught by predators. They're able to know where a source of a sound is. Their eyes also glow, because it helps them act as like an infrared camera lens to see both themselves, as well as it acts as like a what is it, like night vision goggles almost. They're like nature's night vision goggles. And those are 2 components that I gave them because of where they evolved from. So that's what I would consider this to mean. And then they evolved around a bunch of giant spiders, and now they have a a partnership, I suppose, with these giant spiders. Much like the Sammi, or the Sapni, in our world, does with reindeer. Reindeer are one of the only animals they really interact with, and as such, their life revolves around reindeer. Dan, you're cute. Nope, it's not a tie, Dan. Teehee. Anyway. But that's what it means by all parts are interconnected, at least from what I can see. It's suggesting your race or your people will influence the environment, and your environment will influence your people. Finally, the final rule, make sure the character, or tips rather, they're not hard and fast rules. They're suggestions. Make sure the characters you create are the products of your world. Now, if you're writing a book, this is absolutely true. Characters are products. My handwriting is terrible and I apologize. Of the world. There we go. Your characters are products of the world. AKA, don't write them like they're from medieval, England, if they are from your world that's taking place on a giant barren desert. They're going to have completely different cultural inclinations. Don't have your characters stick out like a sore thumb. They will be fitting in whatever culture and environment they are a part of. A Leon? Oh shit, are we starting the army? I love Leon's little gnar. He's so cute. Here, I'll have you hang out with Constifer, the little boy, the little lad. Look at him. Smooch and a sippy. Yes, I get to water because I keep talking so much. Oh. Alright, so now that the tips have been covered, methods of world building. Oh, actually, we could cover this real quick. They're covering methods, it seems. Like, let's say you want to world build, but you have no idea how to get started at all. So let's look at methods of world building. Which, these are something that I technically haven't covered before. I just covered what aspects are good for world building. Dan! Let's grab Dan. Come here, Dan Stuffer. You get to sit on my You know what? Yeah. You get to sit on my shoulder. There you go, buddy. I got my little boy. It sprays you with hose. Oh, the sad Amogus. Wait, that's so sad. Hold on, he's so cute. Dan, don't make me get the newspaper. You can't escape a newspaper. He take a little nap. Oh, he's just taking a nap. That's okay. I thought he was sad. And I was gonna be sad. I was gonna be sad. He's shweeby. Oh, okay. If he's shweeby, that's fine. Oh, Dan, you little brat. Into a pile of Legos. I'm gonna push you into a pile of Legos. There we go. Alright, so I've given all my tips on this and why I think each one is good. All that good stuff. Oh my god, yeah, you've been following me for 7 months, Fangy. You missed 69! Oh no! It's okay. Ladyface has almost been here for 7 months and 8 days. God, time flies, don't it? I've been streaming for almost that long. Actually, how long have I been streaming? Let's go look. I started streaming, January 10th. So February, I had been streaming for a month. March, April, May, June, July, August. Wow, I'm dumb. Yeah, it's almost been about 8 months. April, May, June, July, August. Time flies. Sheesh. It'll be 8 months in October, how many months I've been streaming. I'm not counting January, by the way. Like, January would technically be month 1 of streaming. But February, I would have been streaming for 1 month, if that makes sense. Aw, Chibi! God, you've already been here for almost 3 weeks. It feels like just yesterday. And Rose, you've been following for 2 months. Look at all the babies. I got all the cuties following me. Oh, Pinguina's been here. That's true. Pinguina's been here for 8 months almost. Dem Twitch babies, almost. Perian! Perian's been here for about 3 months. Yeah, I know Pinguina and Himiko are some of the oldest people here. Lobo, too. Himiko has been following me since before I started streaming. So, Himiko's cracked. I believe Himiko was literally like my 3rd follow. And Pinguina's been here for a while. Pinguina and I have had an arc. We used to be nemesis. And then one day I'm just like, no, why must we fight? Can we be friends instead? And Pinguina's all, friends? It was an anime moment. It was great. I did not just snag a follow. Well, you did say you like to follow when people are live. So you've probably been watching me for longer than that. You just finally were able to follow me while I was live. Also, we've met and we've been talking to each other for a few months before that because I met you. It is fun. I like following people when they're live because I like seeing them get all happy about it. But yeah, I also met you through Con, so we've been interacting with each other for longer than the time you've been following me. Yeah, I typically follow people when they're live too. It feels a little better, because I'm like, look, I am here, friend. You are followed. You know? You met me through Con as well. Yeah, that's where I met you from. I hopped in Con's stream. I started hanging out with him. During his stream time. VC, in his VC. Yes, the beautiful Hollow Knight music. I bet I was being silly. You were! I remember when you actually came up with your name. Because you were just known as Zombie Fan. Zombie Fang Guy, like, whatever. But you didn't have the U in it, so you were just called Zombie Fangy. And then Con started calling you Fangy. You thought it was cute. I remember you. Yeah, you're a zombie Fangy. And now you're Pie Bagel Mage level 0 zombie Fangy. Because I know you were like, I want to make a name that literally caps Twitch. It was funny. Alrighty, methods. What kind of methods should we go through? Now, if you're here and you're interested in world building, you've already got an idea or two in there, but there is a nice starting point. Also, though, it depends on what you're doing it for. If you're making a world, or you're world building for, like, a story, or a book, or a webcomic you want to make, you typically want to start with a character or an idea. Because they're going to be your main focus, especially a character or group of characters. Fangy's my favorite nickname, other than level 0 main. Yeah, I just call you Fangy. Because that's how I remember you originally. But yeah, if you're writing for a book or a comic or a story where your character is going to be your main focus, or characters, you're going to want to keep that as your I guess catalyst for your world building. So methods, character. I can't write today. I'd be a better teacher if my handwriting wasn't so shit. There we go. And I personally, like I said, you usually want to start with a character for books, stories, and comics. Because otherwise, your character, you can have a shitty world, as long as your characters are good, people aren't going to give a fuck. People care more about the characters in those kind of instances. If your world is immaculate, but your characters are weak, the story's going to be weak. So, in that instance, yes, focus on the character first. You're finally getting a job soon. Nice! Oh, why is Geico in Cuphead? I don't know. You forgot your original greeting? I think it was something nemesis. It's like, hello, my world-building nemesis. I'm like, oh no. No, Hellhound. You're allowed to have bruh. I got like 50 OCs. Hear me out. I do not blame you for just creating a fuck ton of OCs. But as long as this is for, like I said, story purposes and book and comic purposes only. I don't know what the purpose of your characters are. If they are for books and stories and comics, then you are focusing on characters first, was what it sounds like, and that's a good thing. You want your characters nice and fleshed out, because the world comes secondary, the characters are what's carrying the story. That's the problem a lot of fantasy anime run into. The world in it is so goddamn good, or good goddamn fucking genetic, but the characters are so fun. Got it. Yeah, the characters are great. If you have good characters, then that's all you really need. Which is why most of the time the worlds are kind of lackluster. But then if you can get both to be really good and put them together, it's great. Like, as much as I hate her, Jolene Holing made a really good world, and the characters are pretty good too. I will say her world does start to fall apart in some places, and people... Whoa! Oh, yeah, you did jump scare me. Thank you for the 6 months thingy. Holy shit. Wow. 3 more months and it's gonna be a Twitch baby. I create OCs that look just like me because I don't see characters like me often. I provide for myself. That is fair. Whenever I was writing comics, or at least starting to write comics, it was in a world that I've since abandoned, sadly. Well, I haven't abandoned it. It's just been so fleshed out. It's not fun to play in anymore. I've built too many sandboxes, or too many sandcastles in those sandboxes. It's too full. So I started a new world, completely fresh. Granted, this is for pure D&D. My first world was for stories and comics. This one's just straight up for D&D. So we got a fantasy anime. What's the world gonna look like? Fuck, I don't know. I'll put it in medieval Europe. Yeah, I know. The worlds are always so generic. It's sad. Ugh. I will say, if you want to look at really well-written worlds, look at Tolkien. Tolkien, he's like the granddaddy of world building, and he did it best. He did it first, and he did it best. Because he went at it like a historian. And he's already had, I believe he was an English teacher? He was either an English or history teacher. I think it was history. And, so he had a lot of, I guess, inspiration and, experience in that field. So when he was writing his books, he took it at the, angle of a historian who had, he was an English teacher, that's right. But still, he knew all of that stuff. And he took inspiration from the Prose Edda, which is a Nordic writing tale. It's a series of Norse stories. Because he loves Norse stuff. He loved it. So, yeah. Fantasy came from the Norse. Have fun with that knowledge. But he was granddad of world building, and he did it best. Because he knew how to go about it. Because he had that experience in it. And then I will say George R.R. Martin, he's also really good at world building. Now, he's based a lot more of his stuff off of medieval Europe, while Tolkien seemed to pretty much craft everything from Norse, ancient Norse texts. because you have a lot of names and a lot of creatures from Norse mythology, such as elves, dragons, dwarves. I do know he names a few of his dwarves after dwarves in Norse mythology. Gandalf, the wizard, that name is a dwarf name. Also, dragons. While dragons are pretty much universal, they're more notable in Norse mythos. So yeah. Was in an English language club with a bunch of his friends who sadly mostly died during World War I. Yeah. Anime, please try medieval India. Dude, India's beautiful. You kidding me? I love India. India has some of the prettiest things. It's got such pretty outfits, too. I'm very good at world building in one fell swoop and forgetting everything all at once. That's why you write it down, Fangy. You write it down. Okay, my current OC I'm working on is the main/comfort character that ends up turning into the villain into this future. Oh no, villain baby. But see, you're working on something. I cry, so does Pakistan. Yeah, the Middle East and the Southeastern Asian cultures have the most beautiful things. You know what I really like? Cambodia. Cambodia has some of the prettiest outfits, especially traditional and dance outfits. Bruh, Cambodia is beautiful. And like no one fucks with it. And I'm like, I'm fucking with it. Fuck you. So whenever I do reach in and look for cultures that could be inspirations to my people, I look at the place they're from and I look at the closest place that we have and go, okay, they have access to these, so it would probably look like this. Like, let's say I am making a bear roar. Let's say I am making a people from like, I don't know, let's say I'm making my Darrens be from the southeast, and they've started getting a bunch of cultural ideas that do start looking Cambodian-like in nature. I will look at Cambodia and I'll take a few fashion tidbits here and there because it looks pretty. Fangy, I can't read that number because numbers scare me, but you're doing over 3 billion equations of calculations in your head at once, and they're all wrong. There's so many deep and convoluted ideas I want to do, but I don't know how to fit it into the, slice of life about big titty monster girls doing cute shit. You know what, that's fair. Just write it all down, and slowly things will fall into place. That's true, you could also hint at it through background. Oh, ooh! An Indian, anime in India about a small club of folks just appreciating coffee. That'd be cute. No, I know. I've been staring at India's fashion. India's clothing is so pretty. I wonder, whenever you say medieval, you mean, 10,000s, correct? Or, 1,000s. Indian fashion history. I'm just gonna look at the history and see what I find. Random idea. Battler! Me who not right, but things still fall into place. Yeah, that's how it goes. But yeah, let's go look at history of fashion in India, because that's very pretty. Oh yeah, the Vedic era. Yeah, India's always had beautiful clothes. Oh yeah, the Mughal Empire. All I think of is Suleiman with an onion hat. I know that's not technically Indian, but all I think of Suleiman wearing an onion hat. Wow, wow. Alright, back to the book, though. We were talking about starting with a character. If you're, like I said, if you're making books or stories that focus in on that character or group, that's usually best to start with. You can also start... Oh, whoops. Start. There we go. Start with an idea. You can start with an idea. Now, this idea can be... oh, here it says, for example, a society run by women. Not hard to understand there, I guess. Fun fact, we actually do have matriarchal societies on Earth. But they're very few and far between, sadly. The comic adaptation I'm working on is about a character who's born through demonic ritual, goes through a journey to find his mother who was taken. After he escapes the orphanage, he's locked and tortured. Oh no! Big girls and big girls. You can check Ukrainian fashion history if you want. We have one national shirt that is with us from the 16th century. Ooh. Yeah, it just sucks, because the internet is really hard to find some stuff like that sometimes. I'm hard-pressed to find, like, more obscure niche clothing, and it makes me sad as fuck. Amazonian girls! Yeah, I kinda did that with, oh, Usagi, be very careful when you chew on the wires. I don't need you cutting out the power. Okay? We don't need another haphazard like last time. Usagi, why did you cut the wire? Sorry, I had to make the joke. The back room! I didn't mean to! Anyway. An idea. So, the idea could work as well. That scared me so bad, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you, I was making a joke. I was teasing. Alright, so here it says society made of women, so I'm just gonna write that down as... or society ruled by women. And we can look no further than my very own baby mascots, the Darren. I'ma childproof those wires. Please do take a look at my favorite manga, Otoyo... oh no. Otoyo Megatari? It's set in the 19th century Central Asia, and the art... oh. The art. Vigivanka, both E are hard. So, Vigivanka? Vigivanka. I will look into that. How? Oh, of course, Yimi, have a good foom. Well, it is a nice little shirt. It reminds me of Slavic patterns. A little bit. Wait, is Ukraine Slavic? Or not Slavic, but like, what's the term? I guess Nordic would be a term. You ever try to make a clip, but it takes 7 years for the edit feature to load? Yes. Ukraine is Slavic. Okay, then yes. I actually have based, some stuff off of Slavic. Look. Hello, Sophosaurus Rex! That's a dope name. Welcome in. Welcome to the Bat Cafe. I hope you enjoy a cup of tea or a dessert and enjoy your stay. But yes, we can look at my very own babies. Let me switch over here real quick. I want to make sure nothing is bad. Teehee. That is. Alright, here we go. Let's hop back over. This is my society, and it is ruled by women. It is ran by women. As you can see, ladies are a lot bigger, and that's because I based them, their genes off of hyenas. And I based their society off of hyenas. Their body looks like goats, but their actual social constructs are hyena-based, where the females are bigger, more aggressive, and the highest on the ranking system, while the males are tiny, furtive, and they... biggest goat mommy. Yes, the goat mommies. But, they have a very aggressive culture. Me playing a male of a species, yeah, you're gonna be a cute little baby goat twink. But, that would technically be a society ruled by women, and that could be anything from, like, gentle peace, me drawing the male of the species, hell yeah. But yeah, I've done that because I wanted to see what it would be like if I made hyenas a race. And there they are. That's the product. And the reason this is, and I've explained it before, but the females have a genetic fun time. They have an extra muscle in the pelvic area that makes, I guess, I don't know how to explain this. Basically, just like hyenas, they have a pseudo wudo in a manner of speaking. Anyway. Yes, they have a pseudo penor. And in Vishivanka, there are 2 colors for ornaments on. White one's red and black. The other song, my 2 colors, red is love, black is sorrow. Oh. Yes, a pseudo wudo. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I wrong with that? I'm going in! Oh no! They're going in. They're going in on the goat ladies. The guys have a diglet. The ladies have a wiglet. Sorry. Anyway, back to the thing. What were we doing? Oh yeah. So it says here top down. I don't know what that means, but we're gonna read it. Methods for making top down. It says here, start with the big picture, including the planet, its geography, help me, and climate, technology level, and social structure. Worlds created this way tend to be consistent, but they require a lot of planning before you start writing the story. This is good for D&D. So, if you want to make, like I said, a D&D campaign, you're probably going to want to go for it from a top-down perspective. Because you need to have a big, how do we apply for World Building Wednesdays? I forgot. Oh, you, do this. Boop. Oh, boop. Wait, no. Boop. Okay, world build. Boop. World build. Ooh. And that is how you apply. Whoa, hiccup. Anyway. But for me, I would say top-down is good for D&D, because you're trying to look at everything at once, and while that does sound like an overwhelming, I guess, task, the way I'm approaching my D&D is I'm looking at the world first. I designed the planet, the map itself. Here, I'm gonna go grab the map real quick, because I have it made. So we're gonna go look at it. Where is my D&D? There it is. Okay. Here is the map that I've created. I made it in Incarnate, by the way. Incarnate is great. And this is the realm called Eldrick. Specifically here is called Eldrick. And this is where my players are probably going to start. Now, I created this map just by designing what I think would look nice. And then I started coloring out different sections where I think kingdoms would be, after designing the world itself. Now, over here, there are no kingdoms. No one knows what's over here. And that's because they can't reach that. These mountains are both a blessing and a curse. It's protecting them from something very deadly and very big on the other side of these mountains that would love to get its hands on everyone here. But yeah, this is the eastern continent of Eldrick, and if we zoom in on it, you can see that I've started labeling out what they all are. And I've started labeling out where each race comes from, and which one is a melting pot. For instance, here's a kingdom. It is called Asuri. And this kingdom is sort of like a melting pot. It's ran primarily by humans, but it also has some elves, it has some Darrens in it, and it has some dwarves hanging out. So this is what it means by a top-down view. You want to look at everything, and then slowly start zooming in as you need to. And I needed to zoom in on this continent, so I did. I love strategy games. I love top-down view, I see. Like some strategy games, prefer a big dum-dum and brute force my way to victory. You know what? Me too. I also slammed my head against that wall. Filling out the form, but I think I might have accidentally hit the report button on the form while trying to hit the back button. Sorry if anything bad happens because of that. Faggy, how dare you? No, it's okay. I'm sure it's fine. Alright, so, the next one here, instead of top down, it says you want to go bottom up. Bottom up. And it says design just the elements of the world you need to start writing the story. This is good for any setting. Books, stories, comics, D&D, anything, a bottom-up design would be really good. Like, let's say you're going, hey, I want to make a kingdom. I'm just going to design a little kingdom. I'm going to make a little race for them. We're just going to hone in and focus on that. And then I'm going to spread out from there and see what happens. Now, I kind of did that whenever I was making my underlings. You guys remember the Trokovish, my little black and white babies that live underground. This is their... It's not really their kingdom, but this is their, exit point from their caves. And they've been given this little, like, space, that is now a colony. It's like a little colony kingdom. I'm focusing in on this and the inside. That would be me doing a bottom-up, thing. So then when I finally zoom out, I can start looking at their neighbors and see what all is happening in here. And you can do this by any pattern. You don't have to focus in on just one thing at a time. You can hop back and forth as much as possible, depending on what you need. So, yeah, bottom up, I would say everything. Everything could work with that. Alright, so we have covered all of that, and it is now moving to actual world building. So let's see what the book has in store for us. Stars and planets. Okay, so I never covered the stars. I did cover how the planet works, and that's how I made this. Whenever I designed this geographic landmass, I started out by creating the masses, the little land masses themselves and their islands. And then I went, okay, where are the tectonic plates? So, because that's typically what you want to look at when making a planet, like a full-scale planet like this, especially one like Earth. You look at the tectonic movements, and you figure out where your mountain ranges are going to be because of that. So, for instance, one of my tectonic plates is right here. And this tectonic plate is lifted, as you can see here, in a huge cliffside. And that's because that tectonic plate is pushing up over the other one, like so. Like, here's one of the giant tectonic plates hanging out as a landmass, and here's another tectonic plate, and it's pushing this way. It's pushing above this tectonic plate and over. And that's how you get this giant lip, because that is a piece of the plate just kind of scooching itself over the others. And that's where mountains come from as well. Whenever you see mountain ranges, they're usually tectonic plates. They're two tectonic plates kind of smushing into each other, and they're pushing themselves up like this. They're just kind of high-fiving. How would something like a compass work? Well, look at how our compasses work. Let's see, stars can be useful because there can be magic systems built around the stars, like in Fate, or Astral Sorcery mod for Minecraft. Very true, very possible, but I would have to look through that. So, world building, how would something like a compass work? Compasses typically point towards the most magnetic pole on the planet, and for us, it is magnetic north. North is one of the most magnetic parts of the planet, so we use tiny little magnets inside the compass to do that. I don't know the full logistics on how a compass would work, but just look up how a compass works, and it will give you the understanding. But it will always, from what I understand, I think it will always only ever point to a pole, either north or south. It also depends on, I think... You know what? Let's Google that. Before I start putting words in my mouth. Let's go look at compasses. How does a compass work? And yes, it does point towards the magnetic point of the Earth. What? No, not that cute. I didn't do anything. I'm just chilling. So yes, a compass points north because all magnets have two poles, a north pole and a south pole. The north pole of one magnet is attracted to the south pole of another magnet. And the Earth is a magnet that can interact with other magnets in this way, so the north end of a compass magnet is drawn to align with the Earth's magnetic field. Yes. So the way a compass works is you take the south, I guess, quote-unquote, south pole of the magnet, you put it into the compass, and it points to the north because it's drawing on that negative to positive pole. That's how it works. So it's always going to pull towards a pole. Lobo, if that helps answer. I don't know if that helps. Granted, if you have an enchanted compass, that's something completely different. If you have a compass that has some sort of metal alloy or like crystal technology inside of it that's supposed to point at something specific, that's how you can get a compass to work. Fun fact, at some point the polarity of the north and south poles will reverse, so at some point all compasses and maps will be incompatible. Very true. In fact, the Earth's magnetic pole has already been said to have flipped once or twice already. There is a running theory that Antarctica, like the Earth... Okay, here, I'll show you. Let me draw this while I say it. There is a theory that Antarctica used to be a tropical biome. And that's because they found frozen tropical plants. There we go. And the reason they say that is because there's frozen tropical plants there, which means it happened fast. So the way the Earth works, here's the crust of the Earth, and here's the molten core of the Earth. Now, the crust is not completely connected to its core. The core is liquid. The Earth can move around it if given enough, I guess, pressure. So if the poles are like this, the poles can actually get tugged and the Earth can be switched around. So I believe the pole is connected to the core like this. And let's say this is where Antarctica is, right here. But let's say the Earth and its core are still in its position, but something dislodges the crust or makes the crust move so rapidly that the crust actually flips. The core stays the same, but the crust flips, and now Antarctica is in the tropics. That's happened before. It's not necessarily the poles moving, it's the crust moving around the core. So when we do say, oh, the poles will reverse, that's what's going to happen. The crust will actually flip. And apparently we're due for that any day now. Supposedly we're going to have to go through that one day. Hopefully not anytime soon, because I don't want to have to get flash frozen. Because that's what happened, supposedly, to the Antarctic. Because, like I said, there's plants that are flash frozen. It happened fast, and things got cold fast. And things got warm fast on our old poles. So, it was bad. It was catastrophic. But however long ago, wait, in our lifetime? Like I said, probably when we're still alive as a species, maybe not in our lifetime, but we are due for one in the next hundreds to a few thousand years from now. Supposedly. They are seeing the signs. Himiko went, oh god, I've got to get ready. Oh, I know we're actually due for a solar flare as well. A solar flash. That's supposed to be hitting us within the next 10 years. Which means we will possibly get to see the northern lights throughout the entire planet. Everyone will get to see northern lights. Because we're getting hit by so much magnetic radiation from the sun. So, yeah. Chilly weather. Woohoo! Sweater weather! Finally! I know it is cool, but people are worried about that because that much energy might knock out our power grid. So we have to be careful. The good thing is, you're either alive afterwards, or it's suddenly not your problem. Win-win! Yeah, you're right. Win-win either way, huh? Anyway, back to our book. Teehee. Stars and planets. Like I said, we've already gone over how planets work. But we can in a bit. But I've never touched on stars. Stars are really cool. But I have touched on habitable zones and what kind of stars you can have your planets going around. Cool light show and a break from Twitter. Hell yeah. Yeah? Pretty much, you're not wrong. That is what would happen. So, I do believe I have gone over this already, but we'll cover it again. So, when they say stars, I don't think they're talking necessarily about the sky, the celestial bodies and all that, but I also want to cover that because that would be fun. Star maps are great. The grid and probably many of our satellites will probably get fried. Yeah, that's probably what'll happen. But hopefully by then we'll be able to combat it? Or figure out a new kind of technology that'll help us not get fucked up. Google search how to prepare for a solar flare. First result, other than destroying the sun, there's not much we can do to prevent solar flares. Yeah, you can't stop a solar flash. Solar flashes are not something you can prep for, really. You just gotta ride it out and then rebuild. Sad as it is. Wah. Alright, so. Bro, just get the Dragon Balls. Just get the Dragon Balls. Easy win. Easy clap. Just get the Dragon Balls and wish the solar flash doesn't happen, forehead. Alright. Stars. Or, you know, the favorite word that Nemesis from 3 likes to say. Now, this is probably discussing the sun itself. Aren't solar flares just big old EMPs? I think so. Normalcy bias says that it won't affect me. It's not gonna affect me if I don't want it to. If I say no. Whoopsies. Let's wipe down my tablet real quick. I got a bit of water on it. Oh, wow. Gasoline generators are a thing that if gas prices haven't turned into a luxury. I know. Dude, they're already starting. They're already trying to make gas a luxury. Like, I know in Cali, they're trying to say, oh, you're no longer able to buy, and sell, you're no longer able to make and sell vehicles that are run on gas. It has to be electric only. So, yeah. There's only going to be electric cars in California in, like, 50 years. At least from what I understand. Which, I guess is a step in the right direction. But yes, we're going to look at stars. According to the book, it says that you do need to consider the habitable zone for your planet. Which, rip hot rod builders, I know. Rip those fuckers. Sorry. Well, they can still do it. They just have to figure out how to make it look electric. Or, work on electricity. Cali's also trying to ban natural gas stuff as well. Yeah. Alrighty. But yes, looking at the stars here, there are a lot of stars. You can, Google stars. But here, there's types of stars called Zera, or O's, B's, A's, F's, and G's, and K's, and oh my god, M's and D's. Oh my god, there's so many. Help. Hold on, there's a lot of classifications. Oh no. Oh no, there's a lot of stars. Basically, stars come in all shapes and sizes. Some of them can be super hot and blue. Some of them can be really small and let out a bunch of ultraviolet light. Some of them can be huge, super giants, red, and let out a bunch of infrared light. And if you're trying to make, let's say, a sci-fi planet where your planet is home and host by a red supergiant, more than likely, it's going to be shooting out a lot more infrared light, which means the planet's vegetation and creatures are going to evolve with that in mind. Our planet has a, let's see, where is our star type? I think it is an A-type? Yes, I believe ours is an A-type. At least it's like a larger A-type, I believe. Oh, no, it's not. Our sun is a G-type. Okay. Our baby little sun is a G-type. Our sun is a G-type, and it's yellow. It's very cute, very pretty, and we love our sun very much. And they are really good for long life because they're stable. G-type stars are just very calm. They're white to yellow. They are not too big, not like supergiants. So if you want to make life, you usually want to focus on that. Type G stars that are white or yellow. And you want to look at their habitable zones, also called the Goldilocks zone. So let's say this is a sun, and this is a planet. Here it is. It's hanging out. Here's another one. It's going around. And then let's say here's a third planet right here hanging out, and another one, and another one. And they're starting to get bigger and more gaseous. You're going to find that some of these planets aren't able to harbor life.
Hello there.
Hello there. Welcome in, Yogar Deity Snow. Nice name. I hope you enjoy your stay at our lovely Bat Cafe and enjoy some tea or dessert. Alright, so while looking at your sun, you can start looking at what the Goldilocks zone looks like. For us, it's roughly in tandem with where Earth is, and Mars is sadly like right outside of it. But for here, let's say the Goldilocks zone is here, which means stuff over here would be super toasty. Everything would get super hot, super quick, probably spinning faster than usual, and won't have a very good atmosphere. Hello! Officially hello, Snow. We are going over world building. We're talking about stars and habitable zones. Also, I'm gonna do... Whoa, that looks silly. I'm gonna do this to kind of give it like an iffy look. Then I'll do it here. There we go. Mars was in the zone. It had rivers. It was in the zone at some point. That is true. Here, I'm gonna do this to show that it's cold. So let's say you want to make a sun that has a big habitable zone. The thing is, I don't typically worry too much about those kind of details. Yeah, world building pog. I agree. World building pog. World building's my favorite. We usually do it on Wednesdays, by the way. Snow, if you want to watch more world building at a later date. We world build on Wednesdays, but I didn't get to stream yesterday because Twitch was broken. So we're doing it today. Space is fucking cold. You are right. But because our sun is a G, that means it's pretty good, pretty stable, and the Goldilocks zone is usually about here. And because if you get too close to a sun, it will start to get very hot. The planets will either go fast, like Mercury. Mercury, for instance, that boy's spinning. Mercury, a fast motherfucker. If you see Mercury's spin cycle, it is a fast little shit. Mars is a lot closer to us. Mars actually has an axial tilt like us. Mars turns at roughly the same time as us. But it's no longer habitable because something happened. It either got knocked out of orbit or it just drifted over time. I think it got knocked out because if you look at Mars, it has a huge, like, cliffside gash across half the planet. I think it got bumped into. Mars got knocked out like a long time ago, and it got knocked out of the Goldilocks zone. So it gets to hang out like on the precipice of habitable but not quite. And there's actually been oxygen and water found on Mars, which has been there for literal decades, and we've known about for decades. NASA just wanted to announce for the 5th fucking time, like, these decades that it's there. NASA's so... Listen, I could talk all day about NASA being slow on the upkeep and not wanting to tell anybody shit, but they're full of it sometimes. I'm just gonna say it. I've heard NASA is short for never a straight answer, and I love that. Ancient space battle! To be fair, Mars is the ancient god of war. I could see that. But more than likely, it was probably an asteroid impact. Something coming through our, I don't think that scar on Mars is because something pushed it, because it would be smooth, but it's not. Not necessarily. It does look like a jagged scar, though. It looks really cool. Of course, Mars is like a messed up baby. It looks so cool. Hey, you see these ice glaciers on Mars? Well, guess what? That's water. Dude, okay, hear me out. They literally have mountains with snow peaks on top. It's like, guys, what the fuck do you think snow is? And they're like, oh, we found streaks on the Mars floor. It could have had water on it. It's like, bro, it still has water on it. We see water leaking on Mars. Are you kidding me? Y'all are dumb. Y'all are dumb. They just want to be, I guess, quote-unquote, 100% sure, but it's still stupid. Also, supposedly, there are spots. Ice is not always water. I mean, that's true. But snow caps in an area where oxygen is higher, it has to be water. Like, especially with a planet that's mostly like ours, because Mars is a Terra planet that has the same axial tilt and almost same amount of days. I think it has a bit more days and it's a bit longer of a day, but still, it's not hard to go, hey, there's probably water here, instead of dicking around with the answer for 10 years and then finally going, yeah, there's water. Also, there's water on the moon. There's frozen lakes on the moon. I know they announced that shit. Yeah, 9 times out of 10, it's water. Yeah, they could have easily been like, we could have found water. We don't know yet. But no, they're just like, no, there's not water on Mars. No. They literally, like, denied it for years. It was annoying. And then finally, they're like, we found water, guys. It's like, no fucking shit. Sorry, I'm angry. NASA's so dumb sometimes. They don't tell us what's out there because it looks so fucking cool. Also, poor Phobos. Can I just say poor Phobos? For those of you who do not know, Mars has a moon called Phobos, and that poor little fucker is the most warped little potato I have ever seen. Phobos is this scrunkly little moon, and we love him. Leona's dying. Are you okay, babe? He's so cute. It is. It's a warped potato, and we love him. He's trying his best. Leon's dying because he's watching something. His laugh's so cute. Now let's go look at Phobos real quick. Look at this. Look at this potato. Look at this boy. Look at this poor fucker. He's so warped, and he's dented. He has a dent in him. I feel so bad. I feel so bad for Phobos. I want to hug the little moon. Yes, he's a warm, scruggly little potato. We love him. He's trying his best. Anyway. Let's close out Phobos. That's a rock. That's a moon. That's a poor, scruggly little moon. Anyway. So, now that I've explained what the habitable zone is, it's this nice green bit. Mars has since been pushed out of it and is now in this kind of zone where it's not quite habitable, but it's not like Mercury, where it's literally hot, hot, hot on fire. Now, on the other side, of course, the farther away you get from the sun, the cooler you'll get. So, over this way, you will still see a few Terra planets. You'll see Venus. Venus is a Terra planet, or a Terra planet, rocky planet. That's stone planet, rock planet, whatever it's called. Terrestrial planet. That's what it is. There could be other elements in the rocks, that is true. But typically, if it is near or in a habitable zone, 9 times out of 10, it's gonna be water. Gonna be. But yes, the farther away we get from the sun, the cooler planets will start getting. They'll start to become gaseous giants and cold, just straight up ice. Like, that's why we have Jupiter. Look how big and gaseous Jupiter is. It's a big boy. So that's typically what you want to do if you're making planets. If you're trying to make other planets in your solar system for, let's say, you want to make an astrology thing, it's good to know the planets. So just remember, things in this area will be terrestrial. Things over here will be gaseous. Or ice. Just straight up ice. Now, you don't have to worry about making them too specifically if that's not what you're focused on. Because I don't. Little yawn. I don't. Jupiter's a giant fart cloud. It is. It really is. Now, if your story or D&D campaign is... Earth has had green water because there was no oxygen, no O in the H2O. It was iron. That's true. It did have iron. We are very iron-based. But yes, let's say you're making a sci-fi world for some reason, or a sci-fi story. It's usually, I guess, condoned to make multiple planets like this in this sort of pattern, because a lot of people expect sci-fi to take place in space. So a lot of these crew members, or like these characters, are going to be going around visiting other planets, usually. So that's when studying stars and planets becomes essential, crucial. And you need to know the different versions of stars and how planets are formed and where they're formed and what kind of life could evolve on each planet. Because people kind of expect these, like, alien creatures to come from these different planets. Think Mass Effect, for instance. There is an alien race. I cannot remember what they're called. Garrus is what they are. Garrus is part of the group. Garrus. Let's Google Garrus real quick. Because I don't remember what he is. He's cool as hell, though. Turians! That's right, he is a Turian. And he is from a planet called Palaven. And this planet has a very heavily, I believe it's radiated planet. Because their sun is a very heavy on the infrared and all that. Let me look it up specifically so I don't say stupid shit. But I do know its biology is a lot different than ours, which is why they've actually designed armor, a natural armor on their body. They've gotten this, like, chitin, or chitin, however you would pronounce it, but I say chitin. They usually got, like, this chitinous skin to their body to protect them from their own sun. Their body also is kind of lanky. And I think that has to do with the gravity of their planet. Like, it's clearly shaped them to look a lot different than humans because of the planet itself and the sun. So this is why in sci-fi you usually want to look at sun and planet conditions in order to figure out what your alien race is going to look like. Because remember, up here, it says parts are interconnected. Your races are influenced by your environment. Your environment shapes your races. Oh, my music stopped. Oh no, my music! Let's go play more music. There we go. Get some bloodstained going on. Alright, I am going to look up homeworks in the Turian. Its native life is based on dextro amino acids, making Turians one of the only 2 dextro-based sapient species in the known galaxy. So basically, these guys have hello amino acids. Flora and fauna. Let's look at that. And the people. Wow, Wiki just does not answer for me. Weh. Here we go. I have to look at the actual Turian sheet. So, Turians. Biology. Turians typically stand over 6 feet tall. Yes, they're very tall. They have very long limbs. They're very thin. Their hips are very wide, with their legs being very thin as well. And they have, like, a cute little cat face. I know someone who loves Mass Effect. She calls them crickets. And it's a really cute little nickname for them. So I call them space crickets, too, sometimes. Although they do look like birds. Apparently they look more like birds. And you can see that in their feet and their hands. It's like talon-like looking. And apparently they're kind of based off of birds and dinosaurs, like their looks, from the creators themselves saying that. Now let's look. Pelivan, their homeworld, has a metal poor core, generating a weak magnetic field. Yeah, there it is, and allowing more solar radiation into the atmosphere. To deal with this, most forms of life on Palaven evolved some form of metallic exoskeleton to protect themselves. So basically, yeah, birds kind of count as dinosaurs. You right. Birds actually evolved from dinosaurs. You right. Why do you think we call them raptors? Because, like vultures and stuff, they are evolved from it. In fact, if you look at chickens apparently are evolved from, they're like ancient cousins of T-Rexes. And chickens are also violent little fuckers, so that makes sense. Chickens would pick you to pieces if they could. That's why I don't feel bad when I eat chickens, because I know if given the opportunity, chickens would eat me. Anyway, but yeah, you can look at that kind of stuff and be like, okay, my stuff is, let's say, you know, I have a poor metal core, I have a weak magnetic field, which means the magnetic field cannot protect my people, or let's say it has a very strong magnetic field. Have you seen the emu? Emus are so mean! Fuck those things. And ostriches. Fuck ostriches. Those motherfuckers will fuck you up. They will peck your face off. That thing is still a bloody dinosaur? You right. Emus are nuts. Anyway. But yeah, that's why for sci-fi you want to look at this shit. Because people will be looking for that. It's what makes sci-fi beautiful. You can look at the habitable zone. Here, let me write down everything. Habitable zone. Or Goldilocks. Goldilocks is a better word. Goldilocks zone. What your sun is. The type of star. And then the planets in your habitable zone, your Goldilocks zone. Which ones are inhabited. What's the magnetic field? And that will all be messed with Worldbuilding Wednesday, Thursday, aka Impromptu Science Class, the stream. Yep, pretty much. Impromptu science class, the stream. I like science. What do you want from me? I love everything to do with world building, including this dumb shit, even though I don't worry about it as much. So it is one of my weaker fields of understanding, but it is something that I still look at. Yeah, science! I demand fun Egypt fact. Okay, let's see. Fun Egypt fact. I did give an Egypt fact a few days ago, so I will build on that. I did say that in Egypt, they had idealized versions of themselves in the art paintings, because, they want, they want their portraits to be flattering. There is an art style that took a more realistic look, and that is the Amarna art style. In ancient Egypt, there was a pharaoh named Akhenaten, who named himself Akhenaten later in life to worship a sun god named Aten, and he took on an art style. He hired artists that did a very realistic look of himself and his wife and his family. Specifically, it painted them as like people with like realistic proportions. In fact, you would recognize Akhenaten for his wide hips. And he's the one that kind of looks like Obama, I guess, in the face a little bit. But he has wide hips and a pot belly, because that was the Amarna style, like this. So there you go. Egyptian people used to have, they actually had a switch in an art style for a while. How did Obama get into Egypt? I don't know. It's probably just an ancient, well, I mean, I don't know if anyone told you, but, the Egyptians are African, ergo, they do have, black traits, so, Obama is also black, I'm just saying. Maybe it's just a common genotype. Anyway. Was there also an Egyptian piss laser from the moon? No, but there's ghosts on the moon. Moon's haunted. Anyway. But yes, the Amarna art style was picked up for a few decades because of Akhenaten's rule. Because he wanted a new art style for his stuff. Moon's haunted. What? Moon's haunted. I love that. I love that meme. It's so good. Alright, so I'm not going to cover all of these stars that's in the book here. You can look up stars as you need to, especially if you're making a sci-fi world. Or we could just cover it all one day, but I want to get into the other stuff. Because here it also explains planets. Planets and moons, gas giants, ice giants, terrestrial, and then moons, which are tiny little rocks. Some of them can be tiny balls of ice, but usually they're... Moon was the imposter all along. Alright, so it says here, things to consider when designing a planet. And this is all things I've already considered when creating Eldrick. Distance from star. Right, the distance a planet orbits its parent star determines how much solar heat and radiation it receives. And we've already discussed that here. If it's closer, it receives a fuck ton of solar heat and radiation, which means it's a very hot, usually terrestrial planet. And it also depends on the sun itself. If the sun is really bright, or it gives off a lot of heat, like or even if it's small, if it gives off a lot of heat, like let's say an F planet. F stars are hotter than ours. And they are yellow-white, so that means the planets, in order to have a habitable zone, would have to be farther away from the sun, if it was an F. If this planet, or if this star was an A-type, the star would be blue to white, so you could have a blue sun, but that means this would be much farther away. This would have to be like this. And this would be red for a lot longer because the sun itself is making so much heat radiation. But that also means the habitable zone could possibly be bigger. It just depends on how you want the sun to be. So let's say it's like this. Let's say it's pushed out farther. But this is also farther because of how much heat is coming off. You'll have a bigger habitable zone, which means you could have more inhabited planets, or planets that have been colonized by whatever species evolved here first. So they could have sister planets if you have a type A. On the other end of the spectrum, let's say you have a let's say you have a K or an M, which are very big but very low heat. This means that these guys are going to be in a lot closer. Also, hi Zebber! How you doing, buddy? But that means these guys are going to be a lot closer in their star, and the habitable zone is probably going to be smaller. Like this. Because there's not as much heat. They won't be able to produce as many planets. Also, this would be a good spot where, what are those guys? There's a race in Star Wars that evolved to not have eyes. And they're really good at the Force. They're in the game. They're in SWOTR. Let me go look at them real quick. I can't remember what they're called. They're not the Chiss. They're the blind ones. Where are my boys? Which, this is pretty fun. I've never covered, like, sci-fi stuff before. We're usually covering, yeah, you know, they wear, like, little eyewear on their face because they don't want to scare people. Doing okay resting before you have to head back-to-back meetings? Oh, God, 4! 4 meetings! Jesus. I am so sorry, buddy. Miraluka! They're called Miraluka! Miraluka are a type of human, but the humans on this planet live in a red giant, which means that they have little to no reason to be able to see. So they've actually evolved to not have eyes, they just have sockets and skin over the eye sockets. It's really fucking cool. But it does freak out other races, so they just kind of keep their face covered. But yeah. You can have stuff like that, where, you know, they didn't need to evolve certain parts of their bodies because of how the planet and the sun is in relation to each other. It's like eyes. Oh, good! You get to work off tomorrow. That's great. But yeah, those are just 2 out of many examples. Taurians and Miraluka. Oh, what? Uh-oh, I closed something out. I closed something out as I wasn't supposed to. Oh, never mind. That's fine. Alrighty. But yeah, that's how you could approach it, with your suns and your planets. Now, I would not suggest... You're right, Lobo. Why do you need to see when you can just see with the Force? Pretty much. And that's another thing. Magic and magical forces like the Force in Star Wars can have a factor in evolution. The Miraluka did not need to develop eyes specific to their infrared giant sun because the Force exists. They never needed eyes because the Force gave them more of an edge than the actually developing eyes did. So, knowing magical factors also helps. Now, in sci-fi, you're not going to be messing with magic. Not very often. Star Wars seems to be one of the only few that does that, and that's because it's... I wouldn't consider it sci-fi as much as I'd consider it like space fantasy. It's more of a space fantasy. It doesn't work too much on technology. Its focus is not on alien races. Its focus is on the Force and the characters dealing with the Force and dealing with enemies who are using the Force against them. And that has to do more with fantasy. Sci-fi tends to lean more towards alien races, technology, also the state of man, you know, that kind of stuff. And ancient technologies as well. Much akin to Mass Effect, so that helps. Oh no, Faye, you gotta go! But that's okay, buddy, I'll see you later. You can watch the rest of the VOD. Have a good stream or perish. Okay, we'll perish, I see. But when designing a planet, let's see. It asks to postulate, once again, distance from the star. I just covered that. I would not suggest making the planet anything not terrestrial. Please keep it terrestrial, unless you are doing something really unique. Like, for instance, let's say you want to have a race or species developing on Jupiter. Or a Jupiter-like planet, a gaseous planet. How the fuck are you gonna do that? Well, let's say Venus, actually. Venus is nice. No, let's stick with Jupiter, fuck it. Jupiter is made up of these really crazy gases. Space sci-fi would probably be more along the lines of 40K. I don't know anything about 40K, so I can't say one way or the other. But, yeah, let's say I want to make a race or a species from Jupiter. They wouldn't be what we see nowadays, like, as terrestrial beings. They would probably be... Let's try and make something real quick. Let's theory craft here. Yeah, I was thinking something like that. So, let's look at Jupiter. Let me go remember what Jupiter does. Because I know Jupiter is a huge gaseous planet. And it's really pretty. It's a very pretty marble moon. Marble moon? Marble planet. But we are going to go look at it. No, not Florida! I didn't realize there was a Jupiter, Florida. Help me. Alright, composition. Jupiter's upper atmosphere is 90% hydrogen and 10% helium. Since helium atoms are more massive than hydrogen, Jupiter's atmosphere is approximately 24% helium by mass. Okay, so if we're going to be making a creature on Jupiter, or a Jupiter-like planet, and it has a lot of this helium and hydrogen, we are going to want to create a species that probably rides these waves. So aka gas whales, you're correct, or like gas jellyfish. More than likely, a creature on Jupiter would probably be really flat, made for swimming through this. Think like an eel, or like a manta ray, maybe? Like, let's say we're gonna make a creature that lives here. I'm gonna make a manta ray. Let's not really give it eyes, or like a tiny little mouth, maybe. And then we'll have like this really pretty, like, thing that like flows through it. Yeah, let's say like it's a manta ray, and it'll also be probably not really colorful. I would personally make it semi-transparent to mostly transparent. And it says here the atmosphere does contain trace amounts of methane, water vapor, ammonia, and silicon-based compounds. That's good. That means the water vapor would still be able to give these creatures a source of water. But these things would need a very little water. And they would be using their bodies to flow through the helium and hydrogen. And considering helium lets you lift, and it would be spread around the planet, I think it'd be easy for them. And they would probably have, not really flippers, but like sort of like a paraglider for wings to let them soar through it. So yeah, that's how I would create a gaseous giant race. Now I don't know if that race would be super intelligent. There are whales flying through Jupiter's skies. The only thing I know about the series is that supposedly a game session went on for something like 30 years. Oh, I see. And there are whales flying through Jupiter's skies. That is really cool. But yeah, that would work exactly. Granted, I don't think this species would be a sentient race. And if they are, they'd be really hard to communicate with. At least for species that developed like we do on a terrestrial planet, being given the opportunity to stand on 2 feet and all that. Oh, not to mention, if you have an ice planet, let's say you have an ice planet, but the core inside is small but spinning fast. Let's say the magnetic reach inside of it is pretty good. The outside of the shell of the planet could be a hard ball of ice, but on the inside, it could be a nice warm water. There is a moon like that on our solar system. I can't remember what it was called. I think it's Typhon? It's a moon near Uranus. Let me look it up, because I can't remember which one it is. Not Saturn. Not moon. No, stop it. Okay. Typhon? Oh, it might be Europa. I know it's a moon made of ice. It is an icy moon. And it might be Europa. It is Europa! It could also be Titan. I feel bad for Uranus because of the butt of almost every joke. Fuck you, Sagi. That's why I say Uranus, not the other one, because I'm special. Uranus. But yeah, Europa is a really good example of that. It has a subsurface ocean. And I believe Titan is also like that. Titan's beautiful, by the way. I love Titan. But if it has these underlying oceans, the oceans are pretty warm. And it could harbor life. Let's say we have mermaids. We could have space mermaids on Europa for all we know. And we'd never know until we actually went there. Which is really cool to think about. But yeah, you could do something like that. There could be an ice planet with a really nice warm ocean, just pure ocean underneath. That's taken up by a bunch of space mermaids. It's really fucking cool. How are the pun cakes? Oh no. Wait, there was a movie about it? There was a movie? Hold up. Running. Oh, it's called Europa Support, or Report. Oh, sounds kind of sad, though. Oh, but they do find pictures of, like, an octopus at the end, I think. But yeah, we could totally have, like, giant octopuses, giant, like, eels, something. Obligatory probe to Uranus joke, god damn it. But, yeah, we could totally have alien fish in Europa for all we know. And that would be fucking cool. But anyway, back to this. That's just a few examples of many you could do. You could just take one little idea or one planet that you see and think is cool and go, I want to do that. And then do it. Explore it. So, yeah, you don't necessarily have to sit in the Goldilocks zone. You could fuck with all this. Also, oh, thank you, Amy, for the sippy. Also, don't be afraid to do it on moons themselves. For example, Jupiter or Venus, one of the two, could technically be warm enough to make its own Goldilocks zone. So let's say this is Jupiter. Let's say this is Jupiter. Let's say it has its own Goldilocks zone surrounding it, like this. You can't live on the actual planet, but you can live in any moons on this habitable zone. You could live on a fucking moon. That'd be cool too. So you could easily do that. You could have a race living with this planet as their sun, almost. And then the sun is like a secondary thing to them because they're not going around it. I don't think it works like that. It could, though. It doesn't work like that for us. But we have looked at a few of our planets going, hey, we could have a Goldilocks zone for some of it. This is all hypothetical, by the way, Sarax. You don't have to take this all into literal, we have a planet that's habitable, or we have a moon that's habitable around this planet. This is all hypotheticals. We could have a gaseous giant that has a moon in a Goldilocks zone. It would be very difficult for it to happen, but it could. Because this is everything that I've already seen. I don't think gas planets can generate the needed amount of heat. Not ours. Not our planets, but I'm sure there are some out there that can. Because like I said, there have been scientists that have postulated this already. In fact, I think they have looked at some moons, not our moon, but some moons that are more, have more of a chance of being habitable because they're near, like, warm gaseous giants. Let me look that up. If I could spell gaseous right. Yeah, thought experiment. Habitable moon around a gas giant. The moon itself would need its own protective magnetic field, but it would be able to... It could do it. It technically could do it. You'd have to work out the kinks of it all, but it's possible. Ooh, what's this? Yeah. 121 giant planets may have habitable moons. This is on a news article. Scientists have identified 50 or so potential habitable bodies among thousands of confirmed exoplanets. And yes, there can be Goldilocks zones around stars, but they can also have Goldilocks zones around other celestial bodies. There can also be longer nights like polar night. Possibly. It just depends on the rotation of the moon. Our moon is nuts. Our moon is actually locked in a 1 day, 1 year cycle where we will only ever see the single face of the moon. But there are moons that spin. That could spin much like our Earth does around the sun. To where it does get warmed up. It could also have enough of an ozone layer and a magnetic field to hold in enough heat to act as a greenhouse for itself. It just depends on where it's located. It's true. It just depends on where it's located with the gas giant. But yeah, you could do that if you're making a sci-fi setting. I think that'd be lots of fun. So, now that I've covered all of that and explained what each planet could do, we've already covered axial tilt, seasons, and climate zones. I've done that before on this channel. Axial tilt gives you seasons. If the axial tilt, let's say, I actually did make a planet with like hardly any axial tilt once. It was like this. It was about a 5-degree axial tilt. It had no seasons. Everything here was super uninhabitable and super baked, and everything up here was cold as shit. But here was perfect temperate conditions, but nothing ever changed. All the plants stayed the same. It was a fun time. However, if you have a bigger tilt, you'll have more effective seasons. And if the planet is tilted even harder, that's when shit gets turbulent. It gets a little too crazy. You don't want to go farther than like 30 degrees, or your seasons and climates are going to be fucking bonkers. Now, if fucking bonkers is what you want, I say go for it. But it will start becoming uninhabitable if the axial tilt is a little too far. Unless the people or the race has been, has evolved underground, in which case that's its whole other story. But yeah, axial tilt, seasons, and climate zones. We've covered all of that in an infinitum. I remember there's a planet that has a 90-degree tilt. I think it's Uranus. Yeah, I believe it is Uranus. It's either Uranus or Neptune. I don't remember which one. I always get those two mixed up. But yeah, they're basically like this, and they're spinning out of control. It's really cool. It doesn't give a fuck about our sun's rotational patterns. It's just there, spinning. Alrighty, so moons. Oh yeah, the moons. Moons will affect tidal forces on a planet, and a moon can also keep your axial tilt. That's why our moons are really good. Moons make sure we don't lose our seasons. Which is why we want to keep our moon. However, if the planet has more than one moon... Moons are gay. Moons are very gay. I agree. If your planet has more than one moon... Thank you, Roseki. You may want to look into the size and the masses of the moon. Like, if the moon is about as big as ours, you probably just want one. Maybe two, if the second one's really, really little. No shrimping. I will shrimp. Crunchy bat. Here, let me go crunch. I am shrimp. Alright, let me stretch real quick. There we go. I am no longer shrimp. I shrimpant. But yeah, typically you want to have one moon. At least one. And it doesn't have to be Earth-sized, like our size of moon. Because our moon is pretty unique. Our moon is actually very light in its mass compared to its size, which confuses scientists. It makes people wonder if it's actually hollow on the inside. But typically, moons are pretty small, and some planets can have multiple. But if you want it to have a pretty stable force, you want the moons to be pretty tiny if you're going to have multiple. And also think about the moon and the planets and stars and all that from a cultural standpoint. Once you have all of this information written down, it's going to affect the people living there. They're going to look at that and see, they're going to go over mythology. They're going to do astronomy, you know, all that good stuff. Astrology. So that's a good reason to do all of this if you want to cover those kind of bases. Now, the whole habitable zone and what kind of star and all that, that's good for sci-fi. But the actual moons and what planets there are, it's good for, fantasy. And some sci-fi, a little bit. I typically don't cover astrology, though. It's not hollow, it's just made out of light material. I said it's a theory, Sarax. I didn't say it was true. I said scientists have theorized it could be hollow. Wah. Anyway, geography, climate, and ecology. Ooh, I've never... Oh, wait, I did cover that. No, it's okay. I understand, but I did say it was just a theory. A game Sorry. Alrighty, so let us grab up my culture sheet, because I don't have any sheets on this. I don't have sheets on, stars. I may make one now, though. but I might shape it towards how I would like it. Maybe not necessarily what the book is. Head full, too many thoughts. I get that. I am always head empty. I'm head empty. Actually, no, my brain is way too fucking full, but it's full of dumb shit. So, alright, so geography, let's scroll through here. Ecology. I think I have ecology covered in culture, which is probably a stupid thing to do. Oh no, it's in species. It's in species. Here it is. Alright, so for my ecology of my species, I'm going to compare it with the book. So the book says, yeah, you need to know about your world's ecology because if you are exploring your world with your characters, you're gonna want to know the biomes and the flora and fauna that grow in said biomes. For instance, if you have this really lush jungle, you're probably going to want to study earth jungles and see kind of what they have and then go, okay, this is why these have evolved here, and then make your decisions there. So, designing a location worksheet. Oh, it has worksheets in the back? Oh, that's fucking cool. Hold up. It has a worksheet in the back. But, it doesn't give me anything here. It's just a single page explaining what an ecology is. So, I'll just read that to you. If your characters are traveling through a forest to research its animals, then you need to know a lot about your world's ecology. If your story takes place in a built environment that is largely cut off from the natural world, you don't need to know as much. Keep in mind, however, that even artificially created environments have ecology too, such as bugs and rats that hitch a ride on your spaceship. This is very true. An important thing to remember about your world's ecology is that all life on a planet exists in an interconnected web and evolved from a common ancestor, unless aliens have colonized the planet or someone created life artificially through magic or science. Because they share a common ancestor, the life forms on a world will have commonalities. For example, land animals and birds on Earth have 4 limbs, 4 legs, 2 legs and 2 wings, or 2 legs and 2 arms. It's also important to remember that everything evolves to survive in its environmental niche. Unless a certain environmental change has left a species ill-adapted to its new environment, each species will have traits that helps it survive its surroundings. True, everything, literally every single thing on this planet, if it's an if it has a spine, if it's a not an exoskeletal creature, if it's a vertebra, if it's a vertebrate creature, will have bones for arms, legs, a tail, and a skull, of course, but, you know. It's because we all come from the same common ancestors. Just overthinking things, I cannot stop thinking at all. Always something in my head. World stories, a lot of things. Well, that's why you write it down and get it out of your head. Once you've written it down, you don't have to think about it as much because it's all on paper. But, yeah, everything has evolved from a common ancestor. And like I said, vertebrates, if you look at fish, you can see that they do have, like, semblance of hand bones. It's really fucking cool. I believe that's where the flippers are. You look at dolphins, seals, sharks, anything in there. You can see it. Even in manta rays. Let's go look at manta rays. Whoa! What the heck? Blippi! Fishy Yumby. Hello, Blippi. Welcome in. Now, let's go look at a manta ray. You wouldn't think manta rays look anything like us, because those motherfuckers look nuts. But if we peek in on them a little more, and we look at what's under the hood, we can see that they're not so different from us, because they've evolved much like us. They've just evolved to be where they are now. I used half my lunch break to make a neat purchase. Ooh, what kind of purchase? What we getting? What's Blippi treating themselves to? But here, I will warn you, manta ray skeletons look fucking rad. So I'm gonna bring this down here. What if there's a mutation and the species evolved that added the 3rd pair of limbs? I don't think that could be a mutation? Question mark? But there could definitely be an ancient species that did get a 3rd pair of limbs which is where you can get... It does look bonkers, but if you look at it and you understand what stuff is, you can see that this is the tail. This could be the remnant of a spinal column. These are clearly legs. These are like our little feet, and these are remnants of arms. And then here is the inside of the ribs, and here's the skull. You can see, even on a manta ray, what the fuck is all that? You can still see a semblance of evolution that we are connected to. We're looking at a manta ray skeleton. This would be the skull. This could be around, like, what we would know as ribs, although nowadays it's for gills. For them, at least. And this would be the arms. And then these could be, I guess, fingers, technically. And then here's their little legs, and their hips, and their spinal column. Literally a manta ray shares this same exact pattern as us. It's just warped beyond recognition to what we would think it looks like, because it's to help them fit in their environment, in their environmental niche, just as the book says. So, yes. Ecology does play a huge role in all that. Oh, thank you for the sippy blippy. Zippy, zippy, zippy. Oh. Wah. So, for the book itself doesn't show ecology here, it's just a page, but I do have ecology on my species template, and we've already covered it. So I don't need to recover it today. I think I might make a tutorial series one day, but I don't know. Now let's go through here. Ooh, fictional beings, animals, aliens, and paranormals. That's the next chapter. So, environments for these beings. Now, I've never covered something like this before, but that's because I go at it at a different angle. But this seems to help you understand how to introduce aliens and paranormals to your world, I guess. Let's see. Environment. Fuck ghosts. So you have to, apparently you need to look at your environment, which I put on my species sheet. This is in biology. It only has a couple of paragraphs about it. It doesn't give any sheets here. But it says, beings evolve to survive in their environment, unless they're genetically engineered or artificially created. When figuring out a being's physical form and instinctive behaviors, it's more important to consider the environment they evolved from, which is what we were just discussing. That is part of the ecology of it all. If you and Cicerix with the ghost better take me on a date first. Half your meetings just got cancelled? Is that good or bad, Zebber? I would be like, oh hell yeah, less work, but I don't know if it's a concerning thing for you or not. I don't know. I hope everything's okay. I know, that's what I heard. I heard Zebber free, but I'm still worried now. Hope everything's good. Good because less work, but confused because it was 2? You know what, that's fair. Alright, size. Oh yeah, size of a life form. We haven't ever really covered size, but size of a creature has to do with gravity as well as, oxygen. Like oxygen intake or, whatever gas intake that they need. On my way work date, I work remotely. Ooh, nice. I'm at work, I can't force Setter on a date. Aww. It's okay, Blippy. Zebra coming for you anyway. Oxygen works mostly on insects? Everything needs oxygen. Also, insects take in oxygen differently than us. It's... bugs are weird. And bugs work a lot differently than us because they're so small. But if you're looking at the size of a creature, you're gonna have to look at its oxygen intake. So if you have a world, let's say, that has low oxygen, you're not gonna have creatures that are very big, or with very big lungs. But let's see here. It says a denser atmosphere means a higher density of chemicals needed to survive. Example, oxygen, which allows for more efficient metabolism and bigger animals. Like, we have a pretty oxygen-rich atmosphere, so we can have stuff like elephants. And, oh, yeah, it does sound like Castlevania, doesn't it? I'll give you a little hint, though, Blippi. It's actually bloodstained. It's actually bloodstained. I think it's called Ritual Night. It is IKEA Castlevania. Yeah, Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. It's a good game. And it was made by the guy who made Castlevania Symphony of the Night. I hear Big Bear. You do hear Big Bear. Here, Big Bear, tell us about Bloodstained. Yeah, he has explained that the guy who was behind Symphony of the Night made his own game, his own castle, or his own Metroidvania, called Bloodstained, and it's a really good game. I want more Bloodstained. Gib. Damn, Leon being a cute dork, not gonna lie. True? Look how cute he is. Look at that dork. Look at that cute dork. Wah, 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 wah. Lobo! How are you, buddy? Liam makes me happy. Him's a wonderful bear. Aww. Ah. Lobo, you're bullying me. Alright, fine. I guess I'll do my e-cups. Let me stretch real quick. Also, my back doesn't hurt. Not nearly as much as it did on Monday. Whew, that felt nice. And yes, Wee Wan makes me very happy too. I'm gonna stretch my arms real quick because we about to do some push-ups. You know what? I'm gonna pet my bear for good luck. Hi, baby. Alright, let me get on the floor real quick. Ooh-ah. Ah! I almost fell. Okay. Ooh, up, 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 up. Okay, 1. Eek. 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 There we go. 10 eeks and 10 push-ups. Oof. I see how it is, Lobo. Alright, back to it. So we can turn this off for now, because we're discussing the next thing here. Alrighty. Whew. So it says here, a general rule for size is that land animals are larger than flying animals, and water animals are larger than land animals, because they don't have to support their own weight. So, when talking about size, we'll have things like birds being pretty small compared to, let's say, land animals. There we go. And then water animals will be huge. I have an idea. Whoa! You go now. Have a good stream. Oh, thank you. Have a good day, Blippi. Have a good day at work. Wow, wow, wow. There we go. So, yeah, birds and flying creatures. Was that the rare aquatic sock puppet? Yes, it was. Yes, it was the rare and very highly sought after sock puppet. Sock puppet whale. But now you get the doofy octopus. Or septopus? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sextopus. Hold on, let's make it a septopus. There we go. 7. But yes, this is what it's describing with size. Things that need to lift itself up will be smaller. Things that can walk on land will be about medium. Things underwater will be the largest because they don't need to hold their own weight. If you're writing magical creatures, you can break these physical rules if magic provides an explanation for their size. True. Let's say there's a bird that learned, was able to get, like, let's say levitation crystals or, like, anti-gravity crystals into their diet for some reason. These birds are gonna start getting big real quick, because they don't need to support their own weight anymore. But, that's just one example out of many. Respiration! In nature, a variety of methods are used for breathing. Insects have a simple network of tubes. Yes, they do. Insects breathe differently than us. They breathe through like little holes in their body, on their body, somewhere. That could count as a nose. And they have a little network of tubes. They don't have blood. They have, I don't remember what it's called, but it's basically just goop. You know when you squish a bug and yellow stuff comes out? That's their blood. It's goop. Some fish and amphibians breathe through their skin, which is also true. Frogs breathe through their skin. In fact, frogs will actually die if their skin is not moist enough because they can't breathe through their skin otherwise. They need to be wet and moist or they will not be able to breathe fully. Now, both gills and lugs can vary in a number and complexity, but keep in mind that they require a circulatory system and some form of blood. Also consider how often these beings must breathe. For example, whales surface for air every 15 minutes, but can hold their breaths for up to an hour. True, because whales are mammals, they do breathe, and they breathe through a little blowhole on the top of their head. Same thing with dolphins. Dolphins also breathe every 15 to 20 minutes. But they can hold their breath for much longer. Frogs can also hold their breath. Frogs are amphibious, so they do well in water as well as out. They can hop around and breathe just fine outside of water, but they can also go underwater and hold their breath for quite a long time. It says here, in some stories, vampires don't need to breathe at all. So, if you have a species that doesn't need to breathe for whatever reason, they can go wherever the fuck they want. They could live in the atmosphere if they can handle the cold conditions of space. Just saying. Food and eating. Oh, let me go over my species real quick, because I do cover this. I cover senses, which is breathing, seeing, hearing, smelling, touching, tasting. I also cover locomotion. How do they move? Do they fly? Can they swim? Do they walk? How do they walk? What is their sleep cycle? And then I start covering their sexual characteristics, such as chromosomes, their sexes and dimorphism, their reproduction, and then I hit their lifespan and growth stages. Now, where is this part? Let's look. So, food and eating. I also cover food, but I think that is in culture or ecology. It is in ecology. So, habitat, predators, which could be considered something that eats them, prey, things they eat, agriculture, their food, materials, the things that they can gather from said creatures, like bone, skin. Husbandry, what animals do they keep? Byproducts, what non-food related items do they get from animals, as well as, let's say, mining or cutting wood. And then their diet. So I do cover this as well. But food and eating. What does a fictional being eat? How do they find and catch food? We've covered all of this in my stuff. Consider how they consume. For example, snakes swallow their prey whole, while vampires might suck blood from wounds. It's really into vampires right now. No, I choose on the sugar cube. Cute little Usagi I'm gonna pet. But yeah, snakes do swallow their prey whole. Some lizards, a lot of lizards do that. I know crocodiles do that. Have you seen a Komodo dragon do it? It's terrifying. Komodo dragons, like, gulp down whole deer. Like, it's scary. But, alright, movement. That is locomotion in my biology. Crocodiles are jerks, I agree. Crocodiles are dicks. Alright, let me look for this. Yeah, there's my ecology. There's my biology. So we're looking at their senses. We've covered their breathing, their respiration, as the book called it. We also covered the, I believe it is in here, their diet and their habitats and all that. Crocodiles are pretty cute. Forgot your vampires. I had a random thought. Make a race of tanukis. Oh no. They all have giant balls. Also, why are baby crocodiles so cute? They make little laser noises. It's so cute. They go, ew, ew, ew. It's fucking cute. Anyway, let me go back to my biology, and let's look at our book. But yes, we've covered respiration, food, drink, all down here. And now we are covering movement, or locomotion. That's a more technical term for it. How do they move? Typically, when we're making a sentient species, you usually want them to be walking on 2 feet, and you want them to be upright, because that is a sign of their mind being so developed that they need to actually keep their head up completely. The lower the head is, it seems like the less sentient, I guess, or sapient is a good word. Adults are cute too, and cool. Adults make eldritch noises from the deep, and it's really cool. Babies go, ew, ew, ew. Tiny lasers. Adults go, angry eldritch spaceship noises. It's really, I love alligators and crocodiles. They make cool noises. And it's funny, I don't ever suggest doing this, but if on the off chance you're ever in trouble and you need to not get eaten by a crocodile, hold their mouth shut as tight as you can, because those jaw muscles are meant for snapping as hard as possible, but their jaw muscles kind of suck at lifting the jaw. So if you are ever in any danger and you have no other option, hold their mouth closed and just wait for help, because they can't really open their mouths very well. They can close real good, but not open. So if, like I said, if you're ever in danger, hold that fucker shut as hard as you can, because the moment they open their mouth, they're going to grab you and they're going to roll you around. They're going to literally death roll you until you're shredded to pieces. You do not want to fuck with a crocodile. They are fast. They are fast little bastards. For a giant dinosaur-ass lizard, they are fast motherfuckers. Anyway, locomotion. Saying here, a crocodile wants to open their mouth, just say no, I guess. Yeah, pretty much. You just tell them no. Yep, you just hold their mouth. You say no, 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 and then you wait for help. And if the crocodile has a friend, you're fucked. But listen, we're not. That's not part of the thought process right now. Anyway, it says here, a being's movement determines their body shape and limbs, as well as how they interact with the environment and obtain food. Their main methods of movement should be suited to their environment. Unless magic is involved, of course, of course. For example, a species skilled at climbing trees would evolve in a forested area and have limbs capable of gripping onto bark and branches. True. So, you know, we used to be like that. That's why our grip, even when we're babies, our grip is hard. We have a really good, strong grip when we're little babies, because we come from a time of being in the trees. Eventually, we came down and we learned how to walk on our feet, but we are really good at reaching and grabbing stuff because we are simian-like in evolution. Let's say we want to make a race of cats, though. A race of feline, or a person who evolved from a feline, on the other hand, would have usually probably slit pupils from that cat, unless it's a big cat. But I'm thinking more like little cats. Monkey! Yeah, we monkey. We come from monkey. But yeah, let's say we're making a species that evolved from a cat. They would probably be better at jumping with all 4 of their hands and feet. Usually their feet, though, because we don't really, our arms are a little shorter than what we need nowadays. So more than likely their arms would also get a little shorter over the millions of years of evolution. But they would still probably be really good at jumping super high. They would also probably be really good at climbing, and they would not be afraid of heights at all. They would not be able to climb trees like we do. They would probably walk and leap on branches. You know, a la elves or something. I didn't evolve my elves from cats. Yes, I did. Anyway. It says shape. The being's shape should be suited to the movements and environment. For instance, swimming animals have streamlined bodies. Think about how your character manipulates their environment to determine the shape of their body and limbs. This is true. Look at seals, for instance, and dugongs, walruses. They have very long torsos, and their flippers on the back of their body is actually their feet that have been fused together and lets them swim. In fact, all our Olympic World Cup, our Olympic gold standard for swimming competitions are with people who have longer torsos and shorter legs. Michael Phelps actually has a genetic advantage over a lot of people because he has a long torso and short legs. That might be why I like swimming. I have short legs and a long torso. But yeah, so if you want to say, make something or a species that has evolved from swimming creatures, they could have short little legs and very long torsos. They can still waddle around on land now. Oh, look at penguins, too! Penguins! Penguins have little short stumpy legs, but it lets them walk around on land, but they're also really good swimmers for being a bird. That's another thing that we'll cover in a bit. Desmond's a real-life gremlin? Yes. You guys have seen my legs. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. I'm stumpy. Here, let me. Look at me. I'm stumpy. I got a pretty long torso. It's right there. And I got stumpy little legs. Look at my stump. Look at my stumpy legs. Look at these. Look at this atrocity. What is this? Look at me. Hey, guys. I'm here. I'm on a note. It's me. It feels really funny being right here. Boop, 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 boop. Phelps also had palmed hands, too, which is funky. Really? Does he pretty much have webbed hands? Is Michael Phelps just a fish and we never knew? I like being over here, I don't know why. I feel special. Look at me. You guys can see me dancing now in my full-bodied glory. But yes, people with a certain... Boop, 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 boop. I'm coming. I am here. But yeah, there are people out there that can... not necessarily... I guess the term is, crack the code, but if you had hands, you could point in class. I do have hands. I just need to get a camera to record the hands. Don't worry, one day I will. I'll be able to point to the class and be like, "Look, class, it's right here." But for now, this will have to do. Yes, that's what I said. I need a little cam to track my hands. I just popped my back and that felt awesome. Alright, body type. Oh gosh, okay. So it says here for body type, consider if the being is warm-blooded, cold-blooded, or something else entirely. This also depends on environment. Warm-blooded animals eat more often because they're more active. They also need a way to conserve body heat, such as fur or fat. Cold-blooded animals need an external source of heat. Because they eat less often, they're good at surviving in harsh conditions. Like lizards and snakes. Most lizards and snakes are cold-blooded. I think there are a few warm-blooded lizards, but I think they're the big ones. Let me look. Because I do believe there are a couple. Yeah, there's like one or two, but it's really rare. But most lizards are cold-blooded. And that is because, they've evolved to be able to deal with these kind of environments. But they also eat animals, typically whole. I know the smaller lizards usually eat sources of protein such as eggs and bugs, as well as other tinier lizards. Think like geckos. They'll eat worms, they'll eat insects, but like snakes, they can eat rats, tiny mammals. They can also eat eggs. They love eating eggs. They'll steal eggs. That's great. In the wild, at least. They will steal and eat eggs. And because they eat all of this like, huge amount of protein, because they eat the whole thing, they don't need to worry as much about, you know, eating just the bits. Like, you know, like vultures, for instance, and hyenas, and, you know, other warm-blooded mammals. They typically just eat the meat. The lizard's getting the bone, the skin. They don't give a fuck. They're taking all of it out. And if they're eating an egg, they're eating all of it. The shell, all of it. So they get a bit more out of their meal. So their environment has kind of given them this edge of, hey, we can eat a bit more, or we can eat less, but we're taking in more protein, but we can also just vibe because we're cold-blooded. That also means they can live in areas, or they have to live in areas that are really warm, really hot, that can get up to, like, let's say 110 degrees. California, hi! They can also be found in jungles, where the canopies of the jungles keep everything warmer, especially if they're in the tropical equator and all that. That's where you'll find a lot of snakes and lizards. Oh, frogs. They'll also eat frogs. Poor little froggos, but they'll eat them. So, yeah. If you're wanting to make a cold-blooded, sapient creature, consider all of that. Understand that they're probably not going to have fur or fat. They're usually going to have scales. And they're usually going to eat stuff whole. And possibly alive. And they come from an environment that's harsh and hot. Or wet and hot. Like a tropical jungle. Or a desert. Because they need an external source of heat. Now, if they're on the opposite side of the spectrum, let's say they're warm-blooded, let's say they're once again, let's go to the frigid north. This animal is going to be probably carnivorous because the bitter north cannot grow plants, not very easily. So you're going to find a lot of carnivorous animals there. And they're usually going to hold on to an extra layer or two of fat. And they're either going to have fur or feathers that helps them keep heat in and keep cold and even water out. Because if you get wet, you're gonna get colder faster. Wind chill plus water is a hell of a way to sap your heat from your body. So that is a good thing to look at. And once again, we can look at penguins as an example for that. Penguins live very good in very cold conditions because they have feathers and skins that lets them stay safe from all of that cold, icky, wet stuff. And their body holds on to a bit more fat. They're cute, chumby little babies. Unless they're Adelie penguins, and then they can fuck off. Now, structural support, apparently. It covers structural support. The two main structural supports are exoskeletons, which are skeletons outside of the body, and endoskeletons, skeletons inside of the body. Some animals, such as octopi, do not have skeletons at all. What does your fictional being have? So, exoskeletons and endoskeletons, those can be on any creature of any size, if you're looking at it from an evolutionary standpoint. Our planet, has exoskeletons really only on insects. And no insect has endoskeletons. That's because insects are so small, they need their nervous system and their internal workings to get them to breathe because they're so little. They cannot afford to have tiny little bones inside of them. Crabs are no insects. That is true. Crabs are not insects. Technically. They're a crustacean. They're like water bugs, as a weird way to say that. I've always called crabs spiders of the sea, and lobsters are like scorpions of the sea. Horseshoe crabs are also crustaceans, I believe. Not to mention, I do know there are a few that have an external shell, an exoskeleton, quote-unquote, like snails, all that good stuff. But we'll cover those in a bit. Right now we're talking about insects. Or you know, the tiny little insect babies that run around. The little bitty ones. They've evolved to have this exoskeleton because having an endoskeleton would just be a waste of fucking evolutionary time for them. Now, let's go look at crabs. Crabs are very cute, by the way. I love crabs. And now, they are not related to spiders or insects. Oh, hi, baby. But they do come from the same, I guess, niche or understanding. And you know what's funny? Apparently everything evolves into crab. Which I think is funny. Animals keep evolving into crabs. There it is. Crabs keep turning up in nature, and it's bothering scientists so much that they've been given federal grants to get to the bottom of it. Crab, go to crab, evolve into crab. The phenomenon is so widely known that it's been given a name, carcinization, a term that's been used for over 140 years. Through the process, crabs, the beach critters we all know and love, have evolved at least 5 times from separate groups of crustaceans. Evolve into crab. I love crabs, they're so cute. Crabs are great. Crab people. Anyway. But yes, crabs. They are related to... let's go look at their phenotype. They are not quite related to spiders, but they are definitely... They definitely filled a similar niche. Oh my god, Japanese spider crabs are terrifying. Hermit crabs! Hermit crabs are cute. But it seems all crabs, most crab-like and crustacean creatures come from something called the Miura family. Or the Miura period. And they probably came from some sort of family, but they are not related to insects, coincidentally enough. And that's perfectly fine. Hello, Kibby. I have a cat. You evolved from a cute feline mammal, didn't you? Come here, buddy. Excuse me, Cecil. You evolved from a rat bastard cat. Yeah, you did. Come here. You evolved from a furry little mammal. My kibby. Anyway, I had to move him. He was putting his butt in my face. Yes, crabs are very cute. They have cute little pinchies. What? My cat is very upset that he was not evolved from crab. There's only step evolve into crab. Sorry, now I'm just looking at crab memes. Alrighty. Now let us look at the next one. Growth. Fun biology fact. Whales are wolves. I'll have to think about that. Yes, reject humanity, become crab. We do not return to monkey. We simply become crab. That's just happening because of convergent evolution, by the way. It's because crab is just the easiest thing to take the form of on this planet, apparently. I guess. Hi, baby. Oh, a cute boy. Hi, handsome little boy. Handsome little boy. Handsome little boy. Sorry, I'm just petting my cat. He's so cute. Anyway. Whales evolved from wolf-like creatures. Oh, okay, that would make sense. What? Also, you know what's really cool? There is a theory that scientists have postulated that we actually evolved from aquatic mammals instead of simians. And I think that's pretty cool. Like we evolved from some ancient water monkey. Apparently. It's a theory, though. We don't know. We don't know for sure. Kibby. I think that'd be really cool, though. Awoo? Yes, awoo. Lobo, you are part whale. My kibby. Oh, fluffy boy. Excuse me. Please excuse me. Yeah, the what? Let me look it up real quick. I think it's like called the water ape or some shit. It's just a scientist. Oh, there it is. 10 reasons to believe we have aquatic ape ancestors. Basically, it says here, 50 years ago, the mainstream scientific consensus said that our ancestors went from living in trees to hunting on the savannah. The thin fossil evidence challenged what we thought we knew. In the Great Rift Valley, where early hominids thrived, paleontologists discovered that the accompanying microfauna, pollen, and vegetation from that period weren't savannah species at all. I will shoot the guy that made this theory. Nah, it's fine. Like, sea monkeys. Yeah, let's be sea monkeys. It's been, although it began as a lunatic fringe theory, the idea that if humans evolved alongside the water and generally had a more aquatic existence has gained considerable steam in the scientific community. Even esteemed natural historian David Attenborough has said, it isn't yet the hypothesis that most students have taught, but perhaps its time has come. Originally known as aquatic ape theory, it has since been dubbed the waterside model, presumably because it sounds a little less silly. Nobody is saying that our ancestors were mermaids swimming in the deep blue alongside whales and talking crabs. Rather, as Elaine Morgan, a proponent of the theory, suggests, the difference between men and apes has something to do with water. So maybe, like, we were a little more amphibious in our early evolution? And it all has to do with just how our sinuses and our, how our sinuses are designed. Apparently our sinuses are fucking nuts. So our noses are among the most bizarre in the animal kingdom. These oddly shaped snouts are not shared with any other member of the ape family, or for that matter, any land animal. We have strikingly large sinuses, which are those empty spaces in the skull between cheek, nose. Yeah, we have huge empty frontal sinuses and maxillary sinuses, which are the ones like here in between the nose and the cheeks, like the little triangle in between your eyes and nose. On your cheeks there. That's your maxillary sinuses. Or maxillary, that's how you say it. And those are huge! And they're empty! They don't do anything, they just sit there on your face! And get clogged when you're sick. Oh god, frontal sinuses are bad though. Those hurt when I'm sick. Anyway. But yeah, they have no significant purpose until one considers the possibility of aquatic adaptation. If one imagines an aquatic lineage, it seems that our design has a very useful function indeed. These vacant air cavities may be understood as a buoyancy aids that can keep our heads above water. They also protect the upper airway tract in a watery world. So, yeah, we could have been, but we don't know. Our sense of smell, however, is notoriously poor. Keep in mind that one doesn't need a sharp sniffer underwater. For example, diving mammals typically have a reduced sense of smell. It's only a breadcrumb on the trail, but you may be getting a whiff. Yep. I like it. I personally like the theory. I like it, but that's just me, and it does make sense. Is it true? Heck if I know, but it's still cool to think about. Also, it helps if you want to make a more amphibious fictional race. I will say this right now. If you do go look at kooky theories and funny little, like, fringe scientist pieces, you don't have to believe it, and you can just take it with a grain of salt, but definitely snag it for world building purposes. If it's something that sounds dope and you're like, dude, I could do this, work on it. If it catches your eye, work on it. And use it for your world. That's why I love reading shit like that, because I'm like, bruh, I could make an aquatic race with this. It also helped me with my amphibious race. My Zoodroki, my little Frogos. Alrighty. Now back on the book here. Growth. I actually have that here. It's literally called growth. It says, does your being grow gradually as humans do? Do they experience metamorphosis as caterpillars or werewolves? That caught me off guard. I forgot this is fantasy and supernatural. Do they age quickly or slowly? Okay, so yes, I do that here as well. I cover it in more of a biologically mammal situation, like fetal, baby stage, child stage, teen stage, adult stage. But if it's more of an insect, you can cut out all of that and just go, this is the egg stage, larval stage, cocoon stage, metamorphosis stage. Let's say you made an alien insectoid race, and that's how they worked. There's your growth right there. Hi, Lobo. Same thing with, let's see. Oh, with frogs. I do that with my frog race. We've already seen them, but let's go look at them again. Because I love my Frogos. Here they are. So if we look at the frogs, we can see that... Hold up. Give me a second. I'm gonna get to the part where I show off their life stages. Okay, it's not letting me... Oh no, I messed something up. Oh no, I messed something up. I messed something up real bad. Okay, there we go. Anyway, this is what I do for my Frogos. I show the growth stages. This is the quote-unquote fetal stage, but it's just them as an egg. And it shows the developed cycle of my Eggos. My cute little Eggo babies. It shows what they look like when they're first made, how they develop slowly in the egg, and the markings that they have designed on their bodies. Now, the markings do have evolutionary... advantages. The markings make them look poisonous, even though they're not. It's called mimicry, evolutionary mimicry. And then you can have them as little babies. This is their baby stage, quote unquote, their baby to toddler stage. They start off as a cute little tadpole, and then they slowly, their tail splits into legs. Now, I know that's not traditionally how our frogs work, but that's how these frogs work. Their tail is mostly made out of like little pieces of cartilage, and then the cartilage slowly starts to form in separate instances of each other in two different tubes of the tail, and then the tail slowly starts to split open, and it turns into legs. And then once they're old enough, they still have these little frills on their body that help them swim, because they're not fully developed, but slowly, over time, as they get bigger, their body stretches this membrane around themselves, and that turns them into a full-fledged froggo. So, you don't have to necessarily do this how I do it. You can follow how the book does it as well. Just make sure you categorize the life stages. Froggo man can step on me. Actually, the biggest one was the female. Because Froggo females are the big ones, and the little ones are the males. Also, it's really cute. Frog females have, like, these, crooks on their backs to carry babies, or to carry the male, whichever. I know some frogs have evolved to carry their baby tadpoles on their backs, and it's really fucking cute. Let's go look at the female frog real quick. Yeah, it's a good way to see if it's a female frog. Let's go look at it. See, like, this is a female frog, and you can tell because she's got this, like, crook right here, and then, like, this little dip. Because this crook is a lot more prominent on females than it is on males. This is what males look like. They have, like, a much smoother back end. While females have that big crook. And it's for males and sometimes baby tadpoles, if they're carrying them, to sit on them. Like, hi, we're going somewhere. She's like a cargo carrier. I love frogs. But yes, if you're ever in need of knowing what sex a frog is, there you go. You look at the crook on the back, and it's a female. It's funny. Anyway, back to the book. Let's close out my frogs. Goodbye, froggos. Reproduction. Ooh, it's right there. We've also covered reproduction. Does your fictional brain reproduce asexually or sexually? Perhaps they reproduce magically, of course, such as a werewolf bite creating a new werewolf. True. That is technically reproduction. Pats, thank you for the sippy. Welcome in. How you doing? That was yummy. If they don't reproduce sexually, how do they reproduce? So basically, are they like sponges? Do they separate themselves out? Do they just grow new versions of themselves? Do they reproduce with one of their own? Or do they, are they like a virus where they spread? Or kind of like a werewolf bite, I guess. Do they spread? Do they shoot spores out and just kind of wait and see if another partner grabs the spores and uses it? Also, don't mind me. I'm opening a cupcake. I remembered I had a cupcake. I went to eat the cupcake. No one can stop me from eating a cupcake. Cecil, you cannot have cupcake. He's not a good. He is a good boy, but he cannot have a cupcake. Hi, baby boy. You're so soft like a little cloud. What if I give you a treat instead? Yeah, the cupcake is chocolate, so he definitely cannot have a cupcake. But I'll give him a greenie instead. Who's a good boy? You want greenie? He is looking at me expectantly like, give me the greenie. You want a greenie? Greenie! They go, oh, get the treat. Get the treat, baby boy. There we go. I gave him treat. I have distracted him while he eat cupcake. Anyway. Cupcake. Let's see. If they do reproduce sexually, how many sexes are there? It can be more than 2. It can also be 1. It can literally be 1. Think snails. Snails are hermaphroditic. They just kind of put each other's bingies into each other's hoo-haws, and they just kind of chill after shooting each other with love darts, of course. Don't ask about the love darts. Anyway, yeah, they just kind of hang out. Oh, you playing some Animal Crossing? Nice. Animal Crossing is fun. But yes, you can have 1 sex. Technically. Hermaphroditic. They just kind of Just kind of put stuff together and it works. And then you can have more than 2. And it says here, consider if there are placental animal, a marsupial, or an egg layer. That's true. Do they carry the baby to term inside and then they give birth live? Marsupials do that as well. They carry their babies live, but they have them early and then they put them in a pouch. Like, for instance, weirdly enough and strangely enough, kangaroo babies come out looking like tiny little pink plus like the fetuses pretty much, and then they just kind of wiggle up into the pouch and they just attach to a nipple in the pouch. The pouches have nipples, by the way, on a kangaroo. And then they just develop in there for the next few months. Kangaroos are fucking weird. Marsupials are weird. Wombats, I think, are also marsupials. But yeah, marsupials are pouch bearers. They give birth to their babies live very early, and then they put them in a pouch. Or the baby finds its way to the pouch, depending on the species. And then some of them lay eggs. Like snakes and lizards and platypus. Platypi are so weird, man. Anyway, yeah, they also lay eggs. Even though they're technically mammals. Oi, so you don't technically need... Oh, and frogs. Frogs and fish also lay eggs. But they lay different kind of eggs. They lay, like, roe. While snakes and lizards lay eggs with a hard shell on top. Or around it. Why can't koalas get into college? Because their brain's too smooth. Their brain's actually really fucking smooth. They don't have the right qualifications. Is that what you were gonna say to me, Himiko? I'm gonna fight you. I made my cupcake in angriness. Listen, you motherfucker. Jackson, hello. Eek, 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 eek. How are you? Don't mind me. I'm just yelling at one of my mods for trying to tell me a pun. Ooh. I blame Usagi. This is Usagi's fault somehow. Hi, Lobo. Eek, 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 eek. And punish them for the insolence. Yeah, okay. Ah! You bully! They have amazing senses of taste. They can tell a fart. They can tell apart flavors. They can tell apart favors. When eating something, having developed a more picky look, it's a world building that they'll eat and how they like it prepared. Talking to my froggos. My frogs, they love having a good palate of food. Shush. I misspoke, okay? What did Usagi do? She infected my mods with puns. Help. You know what, Himiko? Just for that. Just for that. Get loved on, nerd.
Edits on the timers.
Yeah.
Are we punishing you too much?
Nobody saw what surfing could
Hey.
be
Yeah.
until
Let's read out all of Nightbot's thingies. Yeah. I have merch. Find funny moment, clip it.
Clip it.
Follow me.
Cute.
And then I've got a throne. There's a couple.
Well, you heard her. Go follow her. And go buy her some merch on her throne. While I eat a cupcake. How? Accidental self-promo. No. How? Cupcake. It's one of them little chocolate Hostess cupcakes, by the way. So you know that shit good and not good for you. Alrighty, while I'm snacking. Now we've covered reproduction. Basically, what are the sexes? Do they produce sexually? If they do produce sexually, then they have sexes. How many sexes are there? And do they give live birth? Do they put their babies in a pouch after a while? Or do they lay eggs? Are these eggs hard-shelled? Or are these eggs soft like roe and spawn like frogs? How? It's also going mating rituals. Interesting. Oh, because it's probably covering animals too. Not just races, but animals. Which makes sense. Just finished works. One more day there before my new job starts. Nice, Amy. I'm very proud of you. But yes, it says decide if the fictional being has mating seasons and mating rituals. Which you can still do with a sapient species. I know that that's actually covered in Star Trek. Vulcans do that. Vulcans technically have mating seasons. There are points in time in a Vulcan's life where they will have, I can't remember exactly what it's called, but they have to go through this ritual because they start feeling aggression and emotion, and they have to go get quote-unquote satisfied with, no, not foreplay, you freaking nerd. But they have to go off to their home world and get married, or at least get something done, so that they can calm down and balance their emotions, and then leave the planet, or do whatever. It's really interesting. So you could have a race with a mating ritual. Like a seasonal mating ritual. Let's say they get more aggressive. The males get more aggressive during this time. Like, let's say in sci-fi, you have, like, a dude on your ship hanging out in your story, and he suddenly gets real angry. Oh, Amy, that's so sweet of you. I'm actually halfway eating a cupcake. I'll eat the other half just for you. Oh. Nom nom nom. Cupcake. Amy has said cupcake no longer illegal. Well, to be fair, foreplay could also get a female interested in you. If you don't got the foreplay, she'll be bored as shit. Anyway. Yes, let's say, you know, sci-fi situation. You have like a cool alien male on your ship, and he just starts getting real fucking aggressive for no reason. And you're like, bro, calm down. I don't know, I've never had a girlfriend. You know what, that's fair. I had one for a week, and we did nothing. I got no bitches in high school. Anyway. They ain't gonna say interested without the foreplay. Thank you, Amy. But, yeah, let's say homeboy just gets real fucking aggressive for no reason, and he has to, like, go back to his home world because it's mating season. Let's say it happens every couple of years or some reason. That's something interesting that your race is gonna have to deal with. It's something that your story is gonna have to deal with. So that's really cool. It says, in humans, rituals are decided by cultural, and this is likely true of highly intelligent aliens and paranormal beings as well. However, I'm not fully convinced that you can't have mating seasons for highly intelligent aliens. I think it'd be really cool. Maidenless moment. I did have had a maidenless moment my whole life. And now I have the love of my life. You don't need maidens when you have your boyfriend and then your husband. He's looking at me. Oh no. Do you think he likes me? Guys. Guys, do you think he likes me? Anyway. But yeah, it says here, some less intelligent animals have complex mating rituals, however. Think of mating dances of birds of paradise. I still think you should look at mating rituals for your species, even if they're super intelligent. I think that'd be really fun, but that's up to you. Does the fictional being have any traits that exist only for sexual selection? These are traits that are not helpful for survival, but that increase an individual's likelihood for reproducing. Okay, so this is a really good thing to bring up. These are called secondary sex characteristics. Things that you have that have nothing to do with actually mating, but it still attracts the opposite sex for some reason or another. Let's take, for instance, I would like to request one maiden. No maidens. There are no maidens here. Amy's the... Actually, no. Is Amy the only maiden? Himiko is also a maiden. But Amy's the only maiden here, I think. We have to share. Everyone take turns with the maiden. Oh, Usagi! That's right. Is Usagi still here? Because I'm talking about, like, active talking. I make my own maidens. That's true. Himiko makes their own maidens. Hey, we're gonna have to take turns on the maiden, okay? That sounds gross. But I mean it, like, by just hanging out. We're not all maidenless if Amy is all our maiden. There we go. Schrodinger's bitches. See? Amy gets bitches, and we get maidens. It's fine. I mean, like, we hang out. Take turns hanging out. That's literally all I meant, I promise. What the hell is an Uloi? Time to look that up. Pause, champ. Nar. Alrighty, so the book gives an example of this. Oh, hello there. Welcome in, Bunny-chan. That's so cute. I have a 6th rabbit in my collection. Fuck yeah. Cute little Banini. How you doing? Welcome to the Bat Cafe. Have a lovely cup of tea or a dessert and enjoy your stay. I just had a cupcake. Freshly baked from the hostess oven. A many rabbit. Jackoback. Hello, Jackoback. How you doing? Parian, your boy's here. Hey, Jacko. Guess what? You're cool. Anyway. Ada. Would Schrodinger's bitches describe gender fluid people? Yes. But let's see. Intelligent species. Does this fictional species... Oh yeah, right. We were talking about sexual selection for secondary sexual... Wow, my brain blomped. Secondary sexual characteristics. That is like, for us, it's wide hips on females, larger breasts on females. Those are called secondary characteristics because they don't have anything to do with actually having kids. They're just traits that partners have picked up and preferred for hundreds of thousands of years as a sexual trait for selection. If we're looking at the animal kingdom, we can look at the peacock, for instance. The peacock's feathers, like the tail, the big swooshy pribby tail. Okay, let me draw him real quick. Here's the boy. Here's this stupid hat. And here's him. And you know how they have literal fucking targets on their butts? By the way, these giant tail feathers, sure, they can scare away predators, but more often than not, it's a giant oh, yes, I murdered Jackoback. I'm sorry. Oh, you were cleaning your room. Yeah, I called for you because Jackoback is here. I wanted you to see him. But yeah, peacocks, their tails do not scare away predators. That is a false narrative that people like to say. It actually attracts predators. It makes predators go, ooh, big shiny chicken food. But females, peahens, they fucking love it. They're like, ooh, hello, sir. Your feathers are very pretty. So females are only choosing males with the biggest, brightest, prettiest tails. And they're like, oh, well, shit. This is gonna get me killed, ma'am. And they're like, it's fine. You're pretty. Peahens are so fucking extra. They want the big, pretty males. And the tails are only getting bigger and only getting prettier. The more these peahens, like, qualifiers go up. And the peahens get to stay brown and small. And, and they're just like, ooh, yes. Give me a man with the pretty. So, Peacocks have the shit end of the evolutionary stick, but that is a secondary sexual trait, which goes into sexual dimorphism. It shows you that that's what the ladies like, so that's what the dudes look like, because that's the only kind of dudes the ladies would bone. So that's why they have the big, pretty feathers. If that explains it. So you can look into that as well. Look at a species that you may want to take inspiration from. See why they have secondary sex characteristics. Why do they look different from the other sexes? Do they look different from the other sexes? For instance, I will throw another race at you guys that I've created. We've seen them before. You've seen me make them. And they're my babies. I love them. So we're going to go look at these guys. The Droven, for instance. Let me go find their other features. I'm trying to be careful. Oh, I forgot that they're cute little egg babies. Here, I can draw them, actually. Who am I? So, I have a species called Drovens. And they are these huge lizard-like, well, not quite lizard. Their skin is kind of snake-like, but it's like a lot softer. It's very gentle. And they have these little 6 feelers on their face. So they look like this. They usually vibe. Here's their mouths, here's their tiny noses, and they have these little feelers on their heads, like this. Here, let me do this. Here's their ears. They have 2 sets of ears. They have a pair of ears, and then they have a pair of false ears. Which I could always explain later, but we're not here for that. And then they have these cute little doingles on their heads, and then they have 2 on their jaws. Now, males have really long ones. They are real long. And the reason they have really big long ones, also the really big long feelers that males have, typically split at the ends like this. And that's because when male feelers, they can use theirs to actually open around their faces, like this. Their feelers can actually open up into like a huge fan and kind of like attach themselves to each other, like this. And then here's another fan on their jaw. And these fans open up and create a, like a flashbang effect on whatever creature they feel like is harming them. Like, let's go find... I know I made a GIF of it. It looks really cool. Where are my Droven species? There they are. Alright. So something like this. This is what males do. They open up those little feelies and they roar. They roar really bad. They're very sweet babies. See, baby mode. But they can also become very aggressive, very flashbang. And, that's what those little feelers are for. However, females have very small feelers. Their feelers are shorter, and they only open up on the corners. Like, for here, for instance. Then these are their only secondary sexual characteristics. And there's an evolutionary reason for that. Here's the males, as you can see, and here's the females. Their feelers are shorter, they don't have these nibs at the end, and they only open up on the corners, right here. And they open them up to show off a soft, low light. Now, these feelers, they kind of like, they reverb off with a what's the term? Luciferin cell structure, kind of like a lightning bug. And then the membrane inside is kind of like a... It's not glass, specifically. It's like a very pretty membrane that helps reflect more light. Basically to just flash motherfuckers. They're literally trying to flash their predators. Because they come from a planet where it is very... fight or be fought, kill or be killed. And they are very carnivorous. They have to eat they can actually open their jaws. They can eat things whole if they want to. As you can see here, their mouths can split open, much akin to a snake. And yeah, they each have these little feelers, one doing something very different. And females, of course, went after males with huge, flashing, big, like, feelers, because they are for warding off predators. Females, on the other hand, have these cute little ones that are more for light, for offspring. They are there to ward and warn, as well as call over offspring. Because when you're in a dense, dark-ass jungle with canopies of huge-ass mushrooms, which is where they're from a huge, like cold jungle, not really cold jungle, but like a cool jungle biome with like giant mushrooms that canopy over everything. You need a light source, and you need it quick. So they evolved this light source. They have also evolved to live in hollows of giant trees and giant mushroom patches. They're my lovely little reptile babies, and I love them. But that is a good indicator of secondary sexual characteristics. You don't have to look at their genitals to know what they are. You look at the body and the evolutionary signals that their secondary characteristics tell you. Also, it does them very well because everything for them, genital-wise, isn't any. So, makes things easier for them. Anyway, let's get rid of those guys, and that's what that means. Characteristics. Where's my book? There's my book. So, that all has to do with reproduction and sexual characteristics. Oh, and it says here, decide how many offspring individuals typically have, who cares for the young, and how much care do they provide. I also cover this, I believe, in my reproductive area, although not as much. I carry insemination, gestation, the birthing process, and potential menopause. Oh yeah, some animals will have menopause, some animals will not. Can they have children all their lives, or is there a point in time where their clock turns off and says, you're done? You're done. Is there a point in time? Also, welcome back, Amy! How you doing? And have a good lurkini. But yeah, if you can figure out how many they have, it usually helps as well. And who takes care of them? Because in some species, it's only relegated to the female. In some species, it's relegated only to the male. It's relegated to both. Sometimes it will be relegated to the group. The group will watch over the kids. They'll kind of like put them all in the pile and be like, you're our kids now. We're all watching you. So, who takes care of them? I could put that in my notes, actually. That's a pretty good thing to understand. It's not letting me scoot up. Whatever. Anyway, senses. I've already covered senses. Your sight, your hearing, your taste, your breathing, smell, touch, and it says here other senses. Like, can you sense, are they telepathic, it says here. Magnetic field sense. Birds do that. Birds can feel the electric and magnetic fields of the earth, which is why they do their migration periods. They're able to pick up the magnetics of the earth and go, that's north. It's getting mighty cold where we are right now. We want to go the other way. We want to go south for winter. And so birds actually know the magnetic poles of the earth and know which way to go. Because migratory periods. So can they do that? Location. Decide on the location of the fictional being's brain. I never thought to consider that. Where is their brain? Oh shit, you're right. Cause not all animals have brains in their skulls, or if they do, it's their skull might not be. That's interesting. Where is the brain, sense organs, and nervous system? How many organs do they got? Do they have 4 stomachs like a cow? Do they have 2 hearts like a Time Lord? What you working on, Batty Bat? We are going over this book that I found called Essential Worldbuilding, and I am putting it, I guess, to the test, and I'm putting myself to the test I'm basically comparing notes with the book to see where it lacks and where I lack. Where is my brain? I have 4 gore. I also 4 gore. Where is brain? But yeah, I never thought to consider that. But yeah, you could totally do that. Be like, oh yeah, you have 2 stomachs. And typically if a species has more than 1 stomach, I know cows have multiple stomachs because they need it for chewing. They need it for chewing really tough materials. Also like grass and stuff, because they'll chew cud. They will actually regurgitate something because they haven't fully processed it, and they just keep chewing, like gum. Blech. Brain is stored in the dumpy. Oh no. Communication. Alright, let's go through this. I think I've covered this as well, but I think I didn't put it in physical. I think I put it in culture. I think it would be in biology, though. I think I might add a communication in biology. But, yes, let's look at communication. How do fictional beings communicate? Do they use speech, like us? Do they use chemical signals, like bugs? Color changes? Ooh. That would be really cool. Like, use color to, like, shift around on their bodies to tell you messages. Telepathy. Int is a dump stat, that's why mine is a number that comes after 3. Do they use color changes, telepathy, body language, or something else entirely? Okay, so this is really interesting. Telepathy, I actually know someone who had a race that talks only telepathically, and they actually no longer have words for stuff. Like, we talk like this, and we use words, we use sounds, but they don't use sounds. If they were to talk, they can't really make sounds. Because they don't talk telepathically. They don't use actual words when communicating. They use pictures and ideas. And that means their writing system is pure logographic. Pure logographs. Pure pictures. So when they're writing something, it's the exact same symbols and pictures and ideas that they convey to each other in their brains. And it's real fucking cool. Body language. I've thought about this. Body language, sign language. Let's say it is let's say it's a octopus-like creature that has a fuck ton of tentacles. They are able to move and shift these tentacles into very unique poses, and they're underwater. So they can't talk. But let's say they're sapient. They use these tentacles to mimic and make words. They use sign language to talk to each other, and they can probably do it really well because their tentacles do a lot of swirls. They can make a lot of symbols with those, especially if they got more than 2 arms, you know, like what we have. Sure, we have our fingers, but our fingers can only do so much. Whole ass tentacles will be able to do a lot more. This is starting to sound really monster fuckery. Anyway, let's keep going. Social groups. Decide if the fictional beings live alone or in groups. I never thought about that. Yeah, I could see that. If the social group is a solo thing, then they wouldn't really have too big of a culture, which is why I typically focus on groups and community, because I like working on cultures and fashion. Amy, what is this? What am I looking at? What is this? Lewd. Yes, very lewd. Anyway. Anyway. But yeah, I typically cover races that do have social groups and social dynamics and community, because that's why I'm working on it to begin with, because I want to fuck with a new culture. But if you want to make a species, even a sapient species, that's solo or solitary, go for it. Also, if they live alone, how do they find mates? True, you have to look and see, well, how do they go find each other whenever they need to? Ayumiko, for no reason. Understood. I will put the little Himbi in my lap. Come here, Himbi. Get the girl. Oh, right in my lap. I got the girl. But yeah, if they are a solitary species, How do they go and make more of themselves? Well, clearly there's gonna be a mating season, there's gonna be some sort of call, there's gonna be some sort of group meeting maybe? Maybe like there's an area that they go to once in a while that they're like, oh, we'll grab that. Desmond got a maiden, finally. Ah, yes, thank you. I finally have a maiden. Oh god, Lobo, thank you for the care package. Let me get a sip, stretch, and a snack. Ugh. I just popped my back. Ugh, there we go. Nice stretchy. And a sippy. Oh, yeah, I already have a maiden. I have Usagi on my chest, right here. Look at her. And I'm gonna grab one Scooby snack. I forgot. No, it's okay. Snamk. Nom nom nom. Head so full you sometimes get head empty. Alrighty. But yes, if they're solitary, how do they find mates? If they're in groups, how big is said group? How does the group... What is the consistency of the group? And what is the hierarchy? Does the group allow a specific gender or not? Do they kick out a certain sex? Like, for instance, elephants. Elephants, once they get to a certain age, once their males get to a certain age, they kick them the fuck out. If you see herds of elephants, more than likely, they are all female with their babies. Males... Whoa, jeez. Fly, please. Males wander around, usually in their own tinier herds. And when it's time to mate, the females come together with the males, and then they tell the males to fuck off again. Females do not fuck around with males. So, is that how your species works? I don't know. If head full, it's full. No new thoughts can get inside. Exactly. Well, if new thoughts can't get inside, that's how brains stagnate. Amy. Amy out here going, Herbert, ahead, MP. Alright, so, personality and psychology. For beings who are not central to the story, you only need a common set of traits for the entire species. I mean... This is where I don't agree with this on some level, but that's just because I like to sink my teeth into a good culture and a good race or species. Yeah, if you want the species to only just be there as a MacGuffin or like a backdrop, sure, design the basics, bring out a few personality traits that you would consider universal to the race because of their culture, and then sure, use that as a sort of, I guess, cameo or a caricature. But however, the race and or the species and the cultures aren't really going to be fleshed out. If you plan on fleshing them out later, that's perfectly fine. And if you don't want them to be fleshed out, oh, Lobo. Oh dear, which one do I do first? Butler mode or... Ada. Very well, Master Lobo. I shall continue reading in a much gentler voice, if that is what you wish. For beings who are not central to the story, you only need a common set of traits for the entire species. If the fictional being is going to be a main character, remember that individuals will have different personalities. However, some traits might be common to the entire species. For example, humans differ widely in personality and culture, but some emotions, such as anger, guilt, shame, and love, are common to most humans. Dog breeds vary widely, but they share common behaviors like the urge to chase and sniff everything. Remember that a being's psychology and behaviors will arise, at least in part, from their physical form and environment. If they have culture, they will also affect traits and behavior. Think of how politeness varies across human societies. For example, other behaviors consider include sleep, hibernation, shelter, migration, range, and population density. And with some of these, I can agree. However, as stated previously, I don't necessarily condone setting a few single traits to an entire species, especially if those species need to be extrapolated upon later. If you do not ever wish to expand on these species, then I suppose it wouldn't hurt to simply chalk up an entire species as a specific handful of traits. However, I personally do not think it is, I suppose, the most entertaining to create an entire species from scratch like that and then simply relegate them to just a few select words. It's not fun. History, biology, and geography, yes. I, for some reason, am struggling with the word geography for the time being, and I do apologies. Not only Fate lore, StarCraft lore, TF2 lore, my owned world, and OCs, of course, of course. Now, the next category of this is magic. Time to design your own system of magic. If you are interested in a magical world, I'm sure this can help. I have not covered any magic system, however, perhaps I should. Soft magic and hard magic, as defined by Brandon Sanderson. Soft magic is mysterious and has no clearly defined rules. It creates the greatest sense of wonder because the characters and reader don't understand how it works or why it does what it does. In general, soft magic should not be used to solve problems because it will seem like a deus ex machina. However, soft magic is perfect for creating problems for your characters. An example of soft magic is in Lord of the Rings, where the inner workings of magical characters like Gandalf and Sauron remain unknown to the reader, which is true. Not a lot of people understand the power behind Sauron, nor Gandalf. However, we do understand what they are. Gandalf and Sauron are actually a much more ancient species of people called the Maiar, and the Maiar are godlike beings, though not gods themselves, more akin to angels that can govern a certain aspect of the world. This is what gives them their magical properties. However, how they go about using their magic is largely unknown and not really extrapolated upon. And it's been my 2 minutes, so I don't have to be a butler. Teehee. But yes, soft magic systems are typically systems that you don't really understand. You can't really, you can't really understand the rules, but you don't want to use it for solving problems because that makes for boring reading. Hard magic systems, however, have explicit rules. Think Fullmetal Alchemist. Fullmetal Alchemist has very hard rules. You can't do alchemy unless you've drawn a circle and you've drawn the appropriate diagrams inside that you've spent years studying. Maybe the audience doesn't know what each of these symbols mean, but we can understand that you need the symbols and the workings to actually conjure your alchemical process. However, there is an exception. If you've seen something called the Portal of Truth, but we know that. We understand that, hey, they don't need it because they've done this. So when we see someone doing it and they don't have the circle, we're like, ooh, we know what that is. We don't have to be told explicitly, hey, this person saw the Portal of Truth. Because they're not using a circle, we already know that. It's a rule. It's a stringent rule that the show or the manga and the anime follow. So that's what it means besides soft magic and hard magic. I don't know how Fate's magic system works. All I know it's hard AF. True. It looks difficult. It looks confusing. I've looked at your screenshots and I'm just like, yep, that's a video game. My brain just doesn't know how to process the information. I like minimal HUD. I like minimal UIs, like Dark Souls or Breath of the Wild, where it's like so little UI. If there's a lot of crazy shit on my screen, I'm just like, ugh, I glaze over. That's why I can't handle... Well, JRPGs are fine, but that's why I can't handle Korean MMOs. And I can't handle some Japanese games because there's so much, like, information feeding in my brain at the same time. Fate's magic system works based off of something called bullshit. You know what? I believe you. Alright, Brandon Sanderson's 4 Laws of Magic for a compelling story. Let's see what Brandon Sanderson has to say about magic. Considering I have not covered magic at all of this is new territory. So we'll see. Rule 1. An author's ability to solve conflict with magic is directly proportional to how well the reader understands said magic. I agree with that. If people don't understand the magic, don't use it to solve problems, because people are going to be confused and feel cheated. They're like, what is this? This is dumb. Why'd you do that? Ooh. I know some mages families by the types of magic like Einsburn, alchemy, Animosphere, astromancy. Yeah, but do you know if it's hard or soft? I'm assuming it's hard because it is a game. There's mechanics involved. Like, video games are different than stories. Like, I know, but I'm thinking mostly about the game. Because, like, if you're looking at Lord of the Rings, shit just kind of happens. Gandalf just kind of does shit. And he doesn't necessarily make it easier for people. Hard and soft magic. Oh my. God damn it, Lobo. Definitely hard magic. Yeah, there's stringent rules, I'm sure. Alright, but let's see. Yeah, the ability to solve conflict with magic is directly proportional to how well the reader understands it. Basically, don't solve conflicts with it if people don't understand it, because they'll feel cheated. Because they will. It's a very cheap cop-out to be like, a wizard did it! No. Alright, so rules. Limitations over power. Rule 2. What a magic system can't do is more interesting than what it can do. True. Like, let's bring back Full Metal Alchemist, for example. Spoilers for a, like, 15-year-old story. Or a 15-year-old show. But, in Full Metal Alchemist, the crux of the issue is the boys are trying to bring back the dead. They try to bring back their dead mom, it doesn't work, and then they're like, oh shit, what did we do wrong? They think they fucked up somewhere, and they're trying to figure out how. However, the limitation is set in place. You can't bring someone back from the dead at all. You just can't. That's not how it works. That is a limitation, and they have to live with that. Limitations create conflict and force your characters to struggle for their goals. It also creates tension because it's not obvious that characters will win a battle or achieve a goal. Exactly. The bullshit, by the way, called Swirl of the Root or Akasha Crackers. I don't know, Fate, but I believe you. Let's see. Limitations can be as simple as a character unable to do magic while tired, or more complex, such as needing to be happy to perform magic. I know Starfire from, what is it called? Yeah, Starfire from Teen Titans works that way. She can't, fly unless she's happy, because she has to feel joy. So emotions drive her ability. It's really cool. It's not necessarily magic, it's quote-unquote more sci-fi, but it's close enough. Or, kind of like in Harry Potter, where, once again, Joling, Coling, Holing, but, in the books, at least, it's not really expressed so much in the movies, but in the books, when casting a certain spell, you really have to be in it, and you really have to feel it, and you need intention. If you don't have that intention, it's not going to work for you. Not nearly as well as it could. Especially curses. Swirl of the Root is a metaphysical location, the source of all events and phenomena in the universe. I see. Being called the Swirl of the Root kind of makes me think of, Yggdrasil. The World Tree. Alrighty. Rule 3. Expand on what you have already, before you add something new. Yeah, I could see that. If you have a nice little magic system set up, don't add something brand new to fix fix a problem. If you can just extrapolate on what you already have. A brilliant magic system for a book is less often one with 1,000 different spells and abilities, and is more often a magic system with relatively few powers that the author has considered in depth. Think Avatar. Last Airbender, that is technically a magic system. It's based off of the concept of chi and the martial arts and moving elements. Now, that is a pretty hard magic system. You know the rules. You know that you have to be born with a certain proclivity for an element. Except for one person. Only one person's allowed to do all four. But you, if you're born within a certain kingdom or with a certain lineage, you have one element that you could learn or master. And you can only do certain things in that element. However, depending on what the element is, depends on how vast your shit is. Like, for instance, earthbending. It lets you make buildings. It lets you make, anything. Statues. It lets you hit like a fucking truck with boulders. It lets you... you could create spinning drills out of stone, maybe with a metal tip on it. You can do so much crazy shit with just earthbending if you just have the imagination for it. That's why people can use spells without saying them if they know the spell with enough. Yeah, basically, it's called, shit, what is it called? I think it's called silent casting. People don't have to talk, they just think it, and if they can think it hard enough, they can still cast it. The vocation is not what makes the spell. It's the intention and the thought of the spell. Firebending only works in the day unless you have fire. No, it works during night too. It's just weaker at night. It doesn't work, however, if the sun is completely blocked out by the moon, because the moon represents water. And the water is, quote-unquote, putting out the fire. So they do have firebending during the night. It just doesn't work as well. It's not as strong. Kind of like magic familiarity. A little bit. Yeah, the solar eclipse completely fucks them. But yeah, that's a good example. There's only 4 elements that you can bend, but oh boy is there a lot inside of each one if you start honing in on them. So make sure less is more. That's all I gotta say. Less is always more. You don't want to over bloat your magic system. Okay, so it also says here, one thing to consider is the effect of magic on society. For example, if magic can create food, how will that change trade and politics? True. If they can just summon things, that's also where your limitations come from. If you want a magical system where people can summon food, let's say they're not creating them. They have, like, let's say a pantry that they are connected to with their brain. They know where everything is, and they go, I want an apple. I'm not going to create an apple, I'm going to summon it from my pantry. So, you know, summon an apple, boop, there it is. You're not creating it, you're just summoning it. That's a good way to put limitation on it. However, if magic can create food, that means trade and politics has to do with things that you can't create, or you can't solve with magic. You will like it, doesn't mean there are vampires in Fate, with some variations, for example, dead apostles, true ancestors, and others. That does sound cool. I don't know if I could like Fate, though. Like I said, it's just so... Like, I've looked at the screenshots, and it's so cluttered. My brain can't handle clutter. Not in games. That's why I think World of Warcraft make my brain hurt. There was so much clutter on it. I know, but you cluttered it with me, and I was like, why are there so many things going off? Firebenders attack waterbenders at night when they had the biggest disadvantage for themselves. I don't know, they didn't attack at night. I think they stopped their fleet. And they only pushed forward whenever, what's his name? Zhao. General Zhao wanted to go get the moon spirit, so he basically pushed in. They pushed into them, but Katara and Zuko fought for Aang whenever he was meditating at the spirit shrine, and he was fighting with fire, even though it was night. But Katara beat the shit out of him because it was nighttime. However, the sun did come up, and Zuko went, haha, my turn, and then beat the shit out of her because it was sun time. But yeah, no, they can cast fire at night. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been nearly as much of a force to be reckoned with. Another way to simplify a magic system is to have different levels for the same spells. Yes, I also agree with that. Let's say, you know, your baby firebender and you've only learned how to like boo shoot like a tiny little puff of fire. But over time, you learn how to like shoot an entire goddamn like ball at people, like or like in no, Dark Souls is not a good example. I can't think of a good. I guess D&D is a good example. In D&D, you can have, let's say, a level 1 sorcery, or not sorcery, it's Dark Souls again. A level 1, let's say Acid Splash. Is Acid Splash a level 1 spell? Anyway, let's say you use Acid Splash. I'm pretending it's a level 1. I don't think it is, but I'm pretending. And you're like, hey, I want to make it stronger. You suddenly amp it up to level 5, and you're like, haha, I get to roll 5 more dice. However, if we were to go... DS1 Pyromancy goes... Brr, DS1 Pyromancy is strong as fuck. I love Pyromancy. I was a Pyromancer, by the way, if you couldn't tell. I was also a Pyromancer in DS3 for a while, but I don't know, it just didn't work. Yeah, exactly, Lobo. A baby fire spell could barely light campfire, where mid-level spell could just melt an ice wall. So yeah, make sure you work on what you have before adding. Adding more unrelated shit convolutes it, so that should be a last resort. Rule 4. Err on the side of awesome. Ultimately, magic should be kick-ass and fun. True, if you feel like you're being too much of a stingent for the rules, you don't gotta follow them wholesale if you feel like it's making it too boring. Because magic is supposed to be fun. It's not supposed to be boring. Make sure it's not boring. Hello, Himiko. How are you, cutie? Alright, sources of magic. Ooh, this is interesting. Alright, you can get sources of magic. The following table provides common sources of magic. You can use any of these to try to think of new sources. Alright, source. Elemental. Using earth, wind, fire, and air, or any other elements to perform magic. I would include elements in there like acid and like fog, smoke. You know, stuff that earth, wind, fire, and air can make. Lava, stuff like that. They changed it from not scaling off any stats to needing 2 stats. Oh no! Yeah, they changed it to faith and instant faith, or whatever the I think it's intelligence. They made it intelligence and faith, and you're like, ugh. But that means you're getting it off of 2 stats, and it's real strong too. It's not as strong as DS1, but it's still strong. It's still one of the stronger ones. But I kind of went, fuck this, I want to go bleed. So now I'm just bleed boy. I'm a bleed build. I'm a stabby assassin. But yes, elemental powers could be a source. A demonic, summoning and controlling demons using a summoning spell or by knowing their names. That's more Solomonic, or Ars Goetic, where you know rituals, and you have spells, or you know their names, you know their, what is it? Their, like, summoning circles, you could do that. Witchcraft! Woo! Performing magic by using spells, potions, and wands. Study can improve the magic user's abilities. So basically, you're casting spells, you're warping the world around you, and you're using poultices as well. And you're using wands, or you could also use other things like a staff. I know if we're looking at Wiccan witchcraft, Wiccans also use athames. Or athames? I don't know how to pronounce that. I always called it an athame, but I'm pretty sure it's an athame. And it's a knife. It's a sharp, or it's not sharp, it's a dulled knife with a usually white or black handle, and the blade is straight. And you use that as like a wand substitute for certain rituals and spells. Wand is typically used, but you do want the athame for certain rituals. Specifically for cutting, like metaphysically cutting something. Like detaching yourself from energy, or cutting into a field of magic. Like, so you could have like a spell thief that uses daggers, let's say, that slices into magical barriers. You know, that's what an athame would be used for. Psychic, magic through telepathy, telekinesis, and precognition. Sometimes psi powers are inherited or awaken after a traumatic event. You killed Goetia himself. Oh no, not Goetia. I don't think Goetia's an actual person in, like, actual Solomaic, but that's still really dope. Only summonable by King Solomon. Yeah, Solomon... Dex Greatsword. No, Amy, no, not the Dex Greatsword. Not the Dex Greatsword. How would that even fucking work? I don't know how that'd work. Anyway, yeah, psychic abilities. That's typically seen in, like, I believe they're called psionics. And you can also see it a lot in superhero stories. Some psychics can be in a fantasy setting, and probably sci-fi, but in sci-fi, it would be considered like this really cool, mystical, like, technological thing, maybe. Like, maybe it's an oracle program that's, like, predicting stuff, or talking to you, or, like, an alien that talks to you telepathically, stuff like that. Weather. Ability to control weather. You can be Storm. I wouldn't know, that wouldn't be elemental. Yeah, I could see weather being its own thing. Controlling wind, storms, controlling the air above you. That would be robusted. Bestial. Communication with or control of animals. This form of magic may include a totem animal. This is usually like druid stuff, where you can talk to animals, turn into animals. Shapeshifting or warging. Oh yeah, warging. I forgot warging is a thing. Mind control magic. I think that would go under psionic stuff. In sci-fi, Sicers in Warhammer and psionic powers in Warcraft. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I think mind control magic would be psionic stuff. Bestial would be, like I said, that would be druid. And warging lets you actually, like, possess an animal and go where and, like, control it for a bit. I know that is in Game of Thrones. People actually warg. They take over the brain and body of their animals. I don't know if you guys have seen Game of Thrones, but that does happen. Rock and crystal. Using crystals or rocks to perform magic. That sounds kind of like witchcraft, but more like hippie, as much as that sounds mean. Oh, this could actually be Final Fantasy, in a way. Using crystals and rocks to perform magic. Weewon booped me. Help. But yeah, you can use crystals and rocks to perform magic. I'm not sure... I can't really think of anything that would, like, make a good example of that. The only thing I can think is Final Fantasy. Yeah, like materia. Materia is technically, like, magic crystals. Whoa! Whoa! Do, 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 do. Hello, Wolf! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders! Himi, let's get a cute little, let's get a little shout out for Plague. Takes a hit of the good cushions. It was a smoke dragon! Oh no, Lobo. Do not the smoke dragon.
Okay, so I think
Hello there.
it wasn't wealthy.
Let's see. Let's watch. Oh my god, you're playing Mogus. It's fucking Mogus.
Okay, let's just say that I was on the lights panel with Welshie. We accidentally clicked the lights at the same time. Then time got rewound, and then there's a report from a link. So the person then got jolted back to the body.
Okay, so who's the
Soul gems are Kyber crystals. Kyber crystals, yeah. And soul gems, yeah, like in Skyrim. Oh no! Plague Wolf got the ads! And hello, Monster King! Welcome in. And thank you for the stretchy. I will do my intro in just a moment. I'm waiting for Plague Wolf to come back. That poor boy. And anyone else who got a hit by an ad. Because Twitch loves its pre-rolls, don't it? Anyway. What? But yeah, kyber crystals would work. I swear to Finrear. I know, Plague buddy, don't worry, I'm here for you. I'm waiting for you. I'm here. Here, while we're waiting for them, I am gonna write down what we've covered already. So L. Oh, my handwriting is awful. Okay, welcome back, Plague, and welcome back everyone else who came with him if you got clapped by ads. I waited patiently for you guys, and thank you for coming in, and thank you for the raid. For those of you who do not know me, hello, hello, I am Desmond Dracula. I'm a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as world build on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes, and I know it's not Wednesday, but oh, what the look at this, Zen Aristocrat. Ooh, that's a name. Thank you for the raid, and thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, Sauvignon Blanc. Ooh, that's a pretty name. Hold up. Oh, it's you! Hi! Zen Aristocrat. There we go.
Cool. It was called the crazy.
Look at how
burger,
cute
but then
she
calling it the
is!
fucking deranged
I
burger.
recognize you.
Updates from chat. We have the roll along my precious tangerine
Hi.
and attend my orange
What
puff
game
snack
is that?
brawl.
Brawl.
Oh, you're playing with Bly. I think that's Bly. I'm trying to look at all the people.
Precious tangerine's quite cute.
Oh, welcome in, Zan. Thank you for the follow. Oh, 10 follows away from 400. Yeah, I'm almost there. Look at it. But yes, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you. For those of you who do not know me, hello, hello. I am Desmond Dracula, a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as world build on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games, from RPGs to roguelikes. And I was about to say, we're actually world building today, even though it is Thursday, because I didn't get to stream yesterday, because Twitch said, hee, go fuck yourself. And I'm like, oh, well, okay. Hi, Bly! Yes, it is Bly! Look at the cutie! Little bat friend. The battler is so good. Ah, thank you. I can't take credit for coming up with it. My lovely chat, my little lovelies, called me battler over time, so I'm like, I'm gonna include it. But yes, Bly! The lovely Bly. And the lovely Zan, thank you so much for the raid, sweetheart. Thank you for entrusting your communities with me, all of you. You absolute sweetie pies. I thought you had more followers than that. I'm surprised. Let's fix it. No, I'm okay with the pace I'm going. A butler. Oh yeah, nowadays they're calling me a butler. A butt battler. Instead of a bat butler. Help. Oh, but how was your stream? Let's peek. Let's peek what you were doing. Peek. You were playing Hotline Miami. Oh god. I forgot that was a game. How was it? Ooh, Clovers! Oh, thank you for the bits, Plague. Oh god, 145. Thank you for the 105 bitty, sweetheart. What? My music stopped. What happened? Did it tell me no? Oh, it literally told me no. My music said, haha, I don't feel like it. There we go. I am the music now. I'm playing the second game. We're getting to the end now. It's so good. Nice. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I sadly have nothing. I have no idea what it's about because I'm stupid. Twitch just fucked me over right now. I can't do anything on Twitch through Opera. Same! Okay, I have been struggling literally all fucking week to raid people because I use Opera GX. And it's like, oh, guess what? Now you can't. I'm like, what the fuck? Why not? So I've had to go to Opera Edge. I've had to log into Opera Edge to raid people. Don't tell anyone. But it's what it is. I ain't switching. Fuck that. I don't want to switch. I still using Opera Edge, but or Opera GX, but I do open Twitch when I want to raid. Because I'm like, well, fuck. I can't even enter in my own tags. Okay, Twitch likes to delete tags sometimes randomly for no reason. Desmond is the gay. I am not gay. You are gay. But, you are gay. But yeah, Twitch hates me and removes my tags sometimes. So I have to log into Microsoft Edge to put my tags back. I'm like, what is this shit? This is dumb. Anyway. Twitch is dedicated to running itself into the ground. I know! they're like, hey, let's make this shitty announcement. Tee-hee, aren't we kooky? Hey, I know this is the most popular browser used by gamers. Hey, we have a bunch of gamers. Let's break it. Let's break it for this browser that everyone's using. We are in hell. Oh god, my music went crazy. Oh, because I was pushing buttons. Me? Gay? It's more likely than you think. Anyway, we already had like a 30-minute rant at the beginning of the stream though for Twitch's problems, but we're working on good things today. Hopefully, we're world building. It is not Wednesday. It is not Wednesday, my dudes, but we are definitely still world building because, like I said, I couldn't stream yesterday. Twitch broke. So I said, fuck you. I'm gonna do world building Thursdays instead. You okay, Pete? Oh, Wee Wan hit his paw. His little bear paw. Everyone sing kisses to Wee Wan's bear paw, please. Oh, little bear heart. That's so cute. Yes, that is us. Gay bears. Or gay bear and bat. Alright, where's my book? Here it is. Alright, so we have covered elemental magic. Ugh. Element. We've covered demonic. And witchcraft. I'm just making sure everyone sees this so I can keep it up. Psychic. Weather. Which I still would personally put in elements, but I guess it's a little more nebulous than that. Bear claws. No, don't eat his bear claws. Gay bee dads, because we'll start with the B. True, and we both live in a cave. We live in a cave together. I am living in the Soul Guard cave. I am safe. And protect here. Bestial. This is like druids. Where they can, Oh, of course, Zan! Please have a very good sleep, and thank you so much for dropping in on me. You're very sweet. And I love those emotes, they're so cute. We're like a cave! Ayy, got us. Alright, rock and crystal, and we kind of equated this to, like, I don't know, like Final Fantasy, and like you said, Lobo, kyber crystals, but it's still so rare to see. Cave dads! Yes, we are cave dads. And below that, it says metallurgical. We haven't covered this yet, but this has to do probably with metal. So, metallurgical, using metal objects such as swords, shields that have magical properties. You don't really get to see this much either, but I guess the closest would be like the idea of Excalibur nowadays, where you can only the chosen one can pull it out of its stone, or like it comes back to you, something like that. I live in a den. It's kind of cave-like, huh? That's pretty cave-like. Ours is a cave den. It's really nice. It's really comfy. Oh god, is that why there's so many wolves here? We just have a nice, warm, comfy cave den? Oh shit, that makes sense. Enjoy the cave den. Even though it's a cafe. Right now I have a decoration of a little cafe. But don't worry, we're remodeling and we're moving over, we're scooching over a bit to give Leon his space from his work tools. We're remodeling. By the way, for those of you who have just raided, I would like to let you know that I am going to be debuting in about 2 weeks. So if you want to be there for that, that would be so fucking cool. There you go. You can see it here. I do have a Twitter post on it. It explains, at least it gives you the date. It doesn't give you the time, although the time is probably gonna... Whoa! Hi, Blippi! I am gonna be streaming for like a good amount of the day, like at least 8 hours. You should make a point redeem for changing from the cafe to the cave. I don't know. I don't want to bump into Wee Wan. I don't want to bug him. I usually just grab him and drag him into the cafe if I ever want to play games with him. But thank you, but before... Wait, you tried to shout me out, you little brat. Unruly. can't believe all these unruly children. But yes, metallurgy seems to be like swords and like magic spears. Like, once again, looking at Game of Thrones. Hey!
What?
Rude.
Hello? Sir, that is a box.
Yo, trying to get that clap pussy.
I forgot about the clap pussy. Help
Sorry,
me.
for personal reasons, I'll be passing. Shut the fuck up, man.
Me too. I gotta go.
Can I go
fucking
pass away with you? Me, let me pass away again. Please. I want to pass away a second time. Get me out of here. Fucking hell, Dan. Love him to death. No, stop it, Blippi. No more shoutouts for me. I'm the streamer. I don't need shoutouts. I'm right here. If you want to see my content, look no further than hi. Anyway, let's see. Metallurgical. Oh, astrological. Ooh, astrology. Astrological magic. So magic based on the alignment of planets, stars, and etc. I don't know anything that has that. I can't think of any examples of that. I mean, you guys did bring up the astrology mod from Minecraft, not mod pack, mod. Dude, check out this cool bat named Battler. Dude, check out this cute bot. Their name is Itty Blip, and they're adorable. Yeah, Blippy, you acting up. You're about to get shouted out next. I'll do it. Don't make me. Alright, and also blood. Blood is a magic, apparently. I wouldn't categorize this as elemental. Sarax. My fingers are wrecked right now. Oh no, I'm sorry, Plague. I hope everything's okay. Was it just from lots of guitar strumming, or did something specific happen? I hope everything's good. Rocksmith. That is of course, I understand. But yeah, here it says you can use blood to perform magic, which that's so vague. But I can actually give a good example of this. I have a character, and this isn't like Avatar where it's like blood bending. No, my character is he's not a bloodmancer. It's something else. There's a new clip. There's a new a hemomancer. That's a good term. Thank you, baby. There's a new Dan clip I'm partially responsible for. Yes, good. I hope it's sussy. And I hope it makes him realize how cute he is. But yes, hemomancers, they could probably use blood by marking stones, marking the floors, making symbols in blood, and using their blood or other people's blood to control stuff. Like I said, there is a system in place that I've done where I have a character who can put his blood markings in little like symbols on walls, and he can use that because it's from his body. He can sense if someone walks past that or walks like across the boundary of this circle. So that's I guess that's a good example of blood magic. And then there's necromancy. And we all know what this is. Necromancy is usually with communion of ghosts, spirits, and the dead, and you can use it to raise the dead, or control spirits, or control bodies. This is how you get zombies and revenants and ghosts walking around your world. Creature? Creature magic. Using a piece of magical creature, such as dragon scales, a unicorn's horn, to perform magic. I'm gonna just put mythological. Whoa. My tablet decided to lag for a second. But I say like mythological creature magic. That's like witchcraft plus. Where it's witchcraft or like some sort of other I don't remember what necromancy does in Fate Universe. I have no idea. It could be like necrotic damage where you like do damage to something. You sing away a bit redeemed that says cringe. It starts like paralyzer went off. Nice. I'm gonna have to go see it one day. Divine. Ooh, divine is also a good. Divine is like magic that you get from the gods, or like angels. It's like really higher power magic. Yeah, it says here, magic given to a person by a god or goddess. I would extend that to any holy creature, like angels or things created by a holy god or goddess. Also, not all gods or goddesses are good, so divine could also have like an unholy aspect to it too. So you could have holy magic or unholy magic. It just depends on the god or goddess. Time. Ooh, time magic. Yeah, I guess that could be its own thing. Time magic. It's, of course, you just manipulate and control time. You stop time, you slow down time, you bring it backwards, you go through time. Boom, time. Healing. I would put that in the same category, this is gonna sound gross, as the same category as blood magic and possibly creature magic. Healing seems to... It's healing magic, of course. You use it and you medically heal someone. Twitch has only temporarily restricted operations on Opera GX to prevent hate raids. We'll see. We'll fucking see. I'm just saying. If I don't know. I don't think that's gonna stop hate raids. I don't know. It doesn't feel right. They shouldn't be shutting off an entire browser like that. Honestly, I think... I don't know. I don't know what you could do to stop hate raids, but shutting off an entire browser to work with raids is not the way to go. Not to mention, I can't collect points and I can't follow people either on Opera. But I don't know, maybe that's just part of the hate rating stopping anyway, also. Blech. Saraspot works wonders. I might look into that, because I did say I'm having a debut in a couple weeks, and I've been looking into not getting hate rated. So I might look into Saraspot, because I don't want to get clapped in my cheeks. That would suck. But yeah, I would categorize, weirdly enough, healing with blood and even necromancy, because it has to do with the manipulation of the flesh. That sounds gross, I know, but you let us clap the cheeks. Yeah, I trust you guys. You're allowed to clap cheeks. Y'all are actually cool. Alright, and the last one is mana, or mana. Magic derived from an energy source that can be used up, but recharged. Think Aether from any... think mana from any JRPG ever, and Aether from Final Fantasy. Kind of. It's a magic that is derived from an external source that you can just use, but it'll come back. Nar, I am... I almost called myself a bottom. Fucking hell. Help me. I want to pass away. Sprays you with a hose. Aw. Usagi, you're very cute. But yeah, this is all of the sources of magic that this book covers. I think there could be more here, and I also think I would put a few things together. This is how I would go about it. Let's see what I would do if I was making an elemental list here, or a magic list. So elemental magic, I agree. Elemental needs to be its own thing. It needs to be separated, and it covers wind or air. I like air better. I like the word air better. Fire, water, and earth. And it can also cover things in between that, such as lava. Don't we all want to pass away? Yes, we all just want to pass away. Alright, so let's do this. Metal, lava, sand. Just as kind of like these are extensions of earth, for instance. So look at the 4 basic elements and then look at their extensions. I know earth earth and water together could be like trees as well. Oh, Kibi! I have my cat. Hello. Yeah, earth and water is mud. I think water and maybe a bit of earth could be plant, because you are moving the water in the plants, and plants do grow in the... Oh, I know you're using RuneScape because you're adorable. By the way, I'm talking to Wee One. He's home today because he's not feeling too good. And I'm gonna pet him. Oh my god, I have half a Scooby snack sitting here. Ow. I ate it. Don't worry. I got rid of the evidence. Crunch. I'm gonna put Psychic next. And yes, this would be anything telepathic or telekinetic. And being able to see the future. Let me erase that. There we go. Now, I don't know what I would do with witchcraft. Witchcraft, demonic, and divine would kind of go hand in hand. So let's go... Although, I would call it summoning. I wouldn't call it demonic. Because summoning, it doesn't necessarily have to do with demons. You could be summoning anything, really. But more than likely, you're going to be summoning demons to do your bidding. You're summoning a creature to do your bidding. And typically, demons are seen as creatures that will answer a call or a demonic summoning like that. Demons, imps, succubi. You know, anything like a demon. Or demon adjacent. And maybe certain spirits as well. But demonic or summoning energy seems to usually focus on demonic. And then holy. While summoning, you are pulling the creature to you and telling it what to do. Holy, you are asking a divine creature. Divine power boost. You're asking a divine creature or a powerful creature to give you an ability and to help you. You're not summoning the actual creature to fight for you. You're not creating a pact and bringing out little imps or whatever. You're summoning the strength from your god for you to fight. It's an active ability. Witchcraft. Where would I put that? What would I do with that? Because, I don't know, I'm not really a fan of witchcraft as being like a magic system. Maybe like invocation? Where you like do chants, and I guess that's considered witchcraft. So I'm gonna say invocation. And this is more like spell casting. This is when you're using spells. Now, what is the power source of said spells? We don't know. However, this is why I don't include witchcraft, because the use of spells can come from anything, any source, and I'm looking at sources of magic. Witchcraft doesn't necessarily have a source. Oh no, Syrax, get some sleep, buddy. It is late as shit for you. Please get Sweebies. Also, it is getting later, so I'm probably going to end stream here soon. I just wanted to give my 2 cents on how I would do this. But yeah, invocation I would consider more like, you know, JK bitch face with Harry Potter. they cast spells, and it comes from intent, because there's not really a source. So use spells from intent. Because that's actually how witchcraft works too. You have to put in the intent and the mind, and you have to be mentally focused on what you're doing. Specifically, I'm speaking from a Wiccan point of view. With witchcraft, that's usually what you want to do with it. So your source of spells with invocation is intent. Let's see. Weather. Do I count weather? I would say yes. Let's move this down. Weather. You can control the forces of the weather. Something like that. Lobo, thank you for the pet. Wow. Wow. A final goodbye before I close out for the afternoon. Thank you for the pet. Alright, where is it? Here it is. Let's scoot this down a bit more so I can see what I'm doing. And I'm gonna mark all of these off as I've done them. Like this. There we go. This, I've done witchcraft, psychic, weather. I also wrote down holy, so we can get rid of divine. Oh, cutie bat purse. Alright, so elemental, weather, psychic, summoning, holy, invocation. Bestial. Yeah, I could consider that it's completely different thing. I don't know where the source is, but I guess it comes from the creatures and holy. Now, astrological. I don't know how that would work. The source would be the alignment of the stars, but that would be really interesting where you're just looking at the stars like, oh shit, Mercury is in retrograde, I can't cast this today. Like, that'd be pretty interesting. But I do think I would personally put quote-unquote blood and healing in its kind of own category with just being able to manipulate the body. Holy Mother of Joseph. Would beast-type magic be kind of linked to druid stuff? Yes, I do think it would be druid stuff. Beast lets you control animals. It lets you warg, W-A-R-G. Control animals, talk to animals. And it lets you shift. There we go. So, beast magic is kind of like you control animals, you talk to animals, you shift into animals. You're a druid. Or a shaman, kind of shaman. Oh, shamans are more like elemental things. But yes, you're definitely what a standard RPG would call a druid. Like World of Warcraft or standard D&D. Now, rock and crystal. I still don't know how to do that. Because rock and crystal could fall into the witchcraft category, for instance. Also, in the invocation category, I took out potions. I took out that. That is alchemical. And no, not standard Full Metal Alchemist alchemical. That is brewing. Brewing potions with status effects inside of them. For instant healing, instant poison. Well, granted, you could do that too with rat, poison, or raid mixed together. Anyway, there is a category in Fate I can send you. Oh, okay. But yeah, I still can't think of anything. Like I said, kyber crystals are the closest you'd think of. But maybe they could be used as like a channeling catalyst? Or maybe the crystals have power inside of them? A la soul crystals from Skyrim. Like you charge them. Oh, maybe you could put them in the sun or something, and you charge them with sunlight, and then that crystal is now charged with that heat of that sun, and you can use it to cast fire and light spells for a day. That'd be fucking cool. Use minerals. What? I just realized. Pokemon. Pokemon technically uses crystals and stones for magical purposes. You carry a little cauldron and keep moss in it. Period. That's so cute. Alright, so we've covered pretty much everything. I don't really care for metallurgical. I mean, I guess metal can be used the same way crystals can, but... Oh, I don't know. Poisons take too long, just stab a fool. You're right. And I'm not sure where you could drop it. Just drop it. You could drop it in gaming stuff. I could look at it there. Wow, Lobo, thank you for the pet. Although I am about to close out, so I will toss your points back for now. You can pet me tomorrow. Here, let's where is it? Run to the pet. Wait, where's the pet? I can't find it! Oh, that's why, because I'm stupid. Here you go, buddy. There's your points back for now, because we are about to raid. We're just closing this out. Sent it in general, because Fate's not only games. Well, it's still technically games for the time being. It is a media, usually of a game. But yeah, I think I'm going to call it here. We've covered element stuff. We've covered magic. I've never touched on magic stuff before. And yes, Hemi, if you would like to, I would take it. I will take a raid suggestion. Also, let's hop over here. And let's go, No, wait. There we go. It's another hellhound. Ooh, are we gonna drop in on a hellhound? Another puppy. I am ready to raid puppy. They look so cool. I like how they look. Yeah, I'm ready. Alrighty, guys. It's been great. It's been awesome. It's been fun. I like hanging out with you guys. Let me turn my music down just a bit so I can hear myself. But thank you guys so much for dropping in and hanging out today. Thank you for all the raids. Holy shit, you guys are awesome. More Hellhound friends. Yes, we're gonna go make another Hellhound friend. But yeah, we're gonna go drop in on this little cutie pie. She's very pretty. Her name is Brimstone Dog. Don't talk to them much, which annoys me because I want to know them more. Oh, that's fair, but they are cool. Oh, nice. Yeah, let's go drop in on them. Let me get a little stretch in, though. Hopefully, you guys learned some stuff, because I certainly did. I've learned, I've had, like, 2 critiques of the book so far, and that's it. And most of it is pretty good. But that just has to do with my personal brand of world building. I like being thorough. But I also understand that sometimes you don't need to be thorough, because being thorough can make your shit bloated, and you don't want bloated story and bloated world. Well, hello, Chippy. We're raiding out. Ha. Wave, wave. My brain has knowledge. Okay, good. Yeah, I've learned quite a bit, though. I've covered a lot of this stuff already in my templates, but there's a lot of stuff here that I did not know. There's a lot of stuff well, at least I didn't consider, like, placement of brains and organs. That was interesting. Not to mention, I haven't covered magic at all, so this is really good. But, I will see you guys tomorrow. Not sure what I'm gonna do, but I'm gonna play some video games. Raid messages. Raid messages! Oh no! Here you go. Raid messages. Copy, hurry! Wah! Raid message. Oh, whoops. Anyway, copy your raids. Ha ha. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Wah!